Chapter 3868. The Heavenly Dragon Continent was at the top left of the Dragon Realm map, while the Crimson Dragon Continent was at the bottom left. If Ji Tianxing wanted to go to the Crimson Dragon Continent, he only needed to fly south. However, the distance between the two continents was very far. Even with his speed, it would take him 2 months to reach there. Although the journey was very boring, he used the Burial of Heaven to travel while he stayed in the Sword World to cultivate in the distorted spacetime. Therefore, traveling did not hinder him from improving his strength. 20 days later, the Burial of Heaven crossed half of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and arrived at the southernmost sea region of the continent. After entering the Sky Sea region, the Burial of Heaven did not slow down and flew across the sky as usual. At this time, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion in the distorted spacetime for 33 months. After close to 3 years of cultivation, his strength had improved and he was not far from the 9th level of the Divine King realm. After cultivating in seclusion for a long time, he would feel bored, so he closed his eyes and rested for a few days. Once he had time to think, the first thought in his mind was, "It's been a few months, why is there still no news from the Black Dragon Emperor? This guy has always been unreliable, he can't have forgotten about me, right?" Thinking of this problem, Ji Tianxing felt a headache coming on. He could not help but send a message to the Black Dragon Emperor, urging him to find out the news as soon as possible. However, he did not receive a reply from the Black Dragon Emperor even after sending the message for a long time. Ji Tianxing was a little angry and thought to himself, "Old Black Dragon, although you are usually unreliable, you know that this matter is very important to me, yet you are still so lazy. The next time we meet, I'll teach you a lesson." According to his plan, after leaving the Starsource continent, his first stop would be the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and his second stop would be the Crimson Dragon Continent. His third stop would be the Holy Dragon Continent at the bottom right corner of the Dragon Realm map, and his last stop would be the Black Dragon Continent at the top right corner of the map. If there was still no news from the Black Dragon Emperor when he reached the Black Dragon Continent, he would really be angry. At the same time, in the depths of the Sky Sea in the south of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Flying Dragon Special Forces were leading 15,000 elite soldiers. They were driving 15 divine warships and flying as fast as lightning. A month ago, under the leadership of the Imperial Tutor, he and the 5 southern expedition generals led 100,000 elite soldiers to the 3 southeastern regions. However, before arriving at the 3 southeastern regions, the Imperial Tutor had the army split up. The 6 generals each led more than 10,000 men and rushed to the 3 coastal regions. The Flying Dragon Special Forces and the other 2 generals were against the Imperial Tutor's decision. 100,000 elite troops were originally a lion army. If they were used properly, they would definitely be invincible. However, if they followed the Imperial Tutor's method of dividing the army of 100,000 into 6 teams, their combat strength and deterrence would be greatly reduced. This was a taboo for military strategists. In the past, the Imperial Tutor's job was more of a civil official, and he was not proficient in leading troops. However, he was stubborn and used his status and military orders to suppress the 3 from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The 3 of them had no choice but to submit and follow the orders of the Imperial Tutor. 2 of the southern expedition generals were sent to the Yongfeng region in the east, while the other 2 were sent to the Shanghai region in the middle. The Imperial Tutor was in charge of the Shanghai region and looked after the 2 generals. After all, they had already joined the Imperial Tutor and were the Imperial Tutor's trusted aides. The Flying Dragon Special Forces and the other southern expedition general had old grudges with the Imperial Tutor and were sent to the Qing Kong region. Geographically speaking, although the Qing Kong region was in the southeast of the continent, it was closer to the south. The Flying Dragon Special Forces and General Muyu both felt that the Imperial Tutor was definitely plotting something. However, the 2 of them could not find any clues and could not analyze anything. As the war was urgent, the 2 of them put aside their distracting thoughts and focused on leading the troops. In their minds, these were the elite troops personally appointed by the Dragon Emperor. The outcome of this battle would affect the reputation of the Dragon Emperor and the God Palace. No matter how stupid and dictatorial the Imperial Tutor was, he would not make a fuss about this matter. Obtaining victory as soon as possible and chasing away the invaders of the sea race was the best outcome for everyone. The Flying Dragon Special Forces and General Muyu rested in the Chengkong region for 2 days and collected a large amount of battle reports. They had a clearer understanding of the military situation. After analyzing and discussing, the two of them decided to take the initiative to attack the sea race army that was gathering in the deep sea. At this moment, the 15 divine warships were carrying 15,000 elite troops and were rushing towards the depths of the Sky Sea. In the leading divine warship, the Flying Dragon Special Forces and Muyu were in the meeting room. They were carefully analyzing the information on hand and deducing the upcoming battle situation. We know of 3 assembly points of the sea race's army. The first target is the Bolu city in the Bolu region. That is the territory of the Trench tribe. Under the deep sea, it is dark and cold. The environment is very complicated. We do not know much about the territory of the sea race. We only know the rough location of the Bolu city but not the specific situation. Therefore, we must be careful and alert. The Flying Dragon Special Forces held a cup of hot tea and said solemnly. Muyu frowned and thought for a moment. She nodded and said, "This is our disadvantage, but it can also be our advantage. After all, the sea race knows that we are blind and will think that we do not dare to step into the deep sea. Thus, they will let down their guard. As long as we use our troops well, we will be able to catch them off guard." Speaking of which, General Long has been investigating the coastal area for 3 years and has a good understanding of the sea race. This is also one of our advantages. The Flying Dragon Special Forces put down the teacup with a worried expression. He said in a low voice, "I do not know why, but I have a bad premonition." Muyu frowned and comforted. "General Long, I can understand your feelings. After all, the Imperial Tutor is a layman when it comes to leading troops. I also feel uneasy. However, we must believe in our own abilities. No matter what happens, we must act according to the situation." The Flying Dragon Special Forces did not say anything else and continued to look and analyze the information. Unknowingly, another day had passed. The 15 divine warships finally arrived at the Bolu region. They entered the sea and sailed towards the Bolu city in the depths of the sea. The depth of the sea was more than 10,000 feet. The bottom of the sea was pitch black and bone-chillingly cold. The pressure was terrifying. The divine warships and soldiers would definitely be affected if they moved underwater. It would not be as smooth as the sea race. Half a day later, the 15 divine warships finally arrived at Bolu city. It was a city hidden in a wide trench, surrounded by a circle of reefs and mountains. The city had a radius of 100 miles and was basically built with pitch-black rocks. It could accommodate hundreds of thousands of sea race citizens. However, the Flying Dragon Special Forces and Muyu realized that the Bolu city, which should have 20,000 sea race troops, was abnormally quiet. The two of them felt that it was strange and sent out over 100 scouts to quietly approach Bolu city. Not long after, the scouts returned one after another, reporting a shocking result to the two of them. There was no one in Bolu city. There was no sea race army. This result filled the Flying Dragon Special Forces and Muyu with doubt and disbelief. However, the Flying Dragon Special Forces quickly guessed something and his expression changed. "Not good, this is a trap. Retreat." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 3869. Muyu was also an experienced general who was good at war. When he came to Bolu city, he felt that something was wrong. When Long Xiang shouted those words, he instantly understood Long Xiang's meaning and his expression changed. "Retreat. Leave this place immediately." His voice was as loud as a bell as he roared. At the same time, he used his consciousness to transmit his orders to the dozen or so divine ships. Fortunately, the 15,000 soldiers did not rashly leave the divine warships and were still on standby. After hearing the orders of the two divine generals, the pilots of the 15 divine warships retreated without hesitation and quickly turned around to leave Bolu city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, the 15 divine warships broke through the sea and rushed into the sky like dazzling lights. Although the sky was still clear and the sun was high in the sky and the sea was empty. Long Xiang and Mu Yu released their divine sense to scan the surrounding 50,000 miles, and their expressions changed again. They saw that on the sea tens of thousands of miles away, there were two mighty armies of the sea race. They were attacking from the east and west respectively, and each army had about 20,000 sea race soldiers. Above their heads were seabirds that blotted out the sky. The enormous soldiers of the sea tribe lined up in the air above the sea like a surging tide. Even though they were tens of thousands of miles away, Long Xiang and Mu Yu could feel that the air above the sea began to become violent. Surging murderous aura was also constantly spreading. We have fallen into a trap. This is a trap of the sea race. Long Xiang said with a gloomy expression, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Damn it! How did the sea race know our target and movement and set up an ambush in advance? Mu Yu was also filled with anger, her body bursting with murderous intent. The two of them were not stupid people. When this question was raised, they immediately had a guess in their minds. Then, the two of them looked at each other and understood that they had the same answer. It's him. How can he be so crazy? Ignoring the interests of the divine palace and the safety of hundreds of millions of people? In order to eliminate dissidents, he is actually so vicious. This is simply unforgivable. Long Xiang and Mu Yu, who had guessed the truth, were even more furious and their bodies trembled. Of course, it would be more appropriate to describe their emotions as grief and indignation. If I can survive this battle, even if I have to give it my all, I will take him down with me. Mu Yu clenched her fists and roared while gnashing her teeth. Long Xiang took a few deep breaths and forcefully suppressed his anger. He patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, I also have the same idea, but now is not the time to think about it. Our top priority right now is to bring our soldiers back. Only if we survive can we have the right to talk about revenge. With that, Long Xiang gave another order to the soldiers on the divine warships. He asked them to push the speed of the divine warships to the maximum at all costs. More than 10,000 soldiers also realized that they had fallen into a trap and were in imminent danger. In their nervousness and desperation, everyone unleashed all their divine power to help the divine ship reach its maximum speed. Swish, swish. With a sharp sound of tearing through the air, the 15 divine battleships all turned into streaks of light and shot into the blue sky, flying towards the north. The armies of the oceanic species that were charging from the east and west kept their eyes on the 15 divine battleships. Seeing the divine battleships speeding towards the north, the two armies of the oceanic species adjusted their direction and chased after them. Although the oceanic species' refining skills were not high and could not be compared to the Yao species, they were the oceanic species. They were the overlords of the deep sea, and their speed in the sea was faster than most of the Yao species. With the orders of the oceanic species generals, most of the oceanic species entered the sea and used the power of the sea to rush towards the north. A few seabirds and divine king experts flew across the sky as fast as lightning, chasing after the 15 divine battleships. Although the 15 divine battleships consumed a lot of divine stones and were supported by the divine power of the soldiers, their speed was raised to the maximum. However, the 40,000 oceanic species army was not slow either. They were always 40,000 miles behind the divine battleships and were not shaken off by the fleet. Both sides started a chase in the sky and sea, moving towards the north at an extremely fast speed. Long Xiang, Mu Yu, and the 15,000 soldiers were safe for the time being. However, their hearts were always in their throats, and their emotions were tense. On the other hand, the two oceanic species armies were not in a hurry, as if victory was already in their grasp. Because they knew that although the fleet was fast, it consumed a lot of divine stones and divine power. The fleet would not be able to last for long, and its speed would decrease. At that time, they would be able to surround the fleet and kill the 15,000 Yao species soldiers, forever leaving them in the deep sea. This pursuit with the most powerful flames lasted for an entire day before it ended. Although Long Xiang and Mu Yu's fleet had traveled 30 million miles north, they were still unable to escape the deep sea. The 15 divine battleships were overloaded, and after traveling for an entire day, Not only did they use up more than half of the divine stones stored in the divine battleships, but they also exhausted the soldiers and weakened their divine power. Most importantly, cracks had appeared in the arrays of the divine battleships, and they were in imminent danger. If they continued to fly at their maximum speed, the arrays would collapse and the divine battleships would not be able to fly. Helpless, the 15 divine battleships could only return to their normal speed and mobilize a group of soldiers to repair the arrays. The fleet slowed down, but the 40,000 oceanic species soldiers were not affected. They maintained their previous speed and steadily approached. Finally, when night fell, the 2 oceanic species armies succeeded in stalling the fleet. The first to be bitten by the oceanic species armies were the 4 divine battleships at the back of the fleet. The sea birds and oceanic species armies that blotted out the sky released endless divine light and ruthlessly bombarded the 4 divine battleships. Although the divine battleships activated their defensive barriers, they were still smashed into pieces and crashed into the sea. After the defensive barriers were shattered, the divine battleships were also riddled with holes and were on the verge of disintegration. The 4,000 Yao species soldiers in the divine battleships charged out of the divine battleships with the determination to die and started fighting with the oceanic species army. Originally, most of the oceanic species were busy attacking the 4,000 soldiers, and the remaining 11 divine battleships could take the opportunity to escape. However, Long Xiang and Mu Yu did not abandon the 4,000 soldiers. They decisively led 11,000 soldiers and launched a counterattack against the oceanic species army, vowing to save the 4,000 soldiers. This was because Long Xiang had a tradition of leading soldiers into battle, and that was until the last moment he would never abandon his teammates. The 2 sides engaged in a great battle above the sea, releasing endless divine techniques and killing moves, causing the entire sea to be in chaos. Deafening noises, explosions, and divine light that blotted out the sky completely enveloped an area of 30,000 miles. Huge waves rose up in the sea, and violent hurricanes blew. Chapter 3870. The 2 sides fought fiercely on the sea for 2 hours. The battlefield was extremely tragic. More than 8,000 members of the sea race and 10,000 seabirds were killed by the goblin race soldiers. Their flesh and blood scattered in the sea. The seawater in a radius of 30,000 miles was dyed in a layer of dark red. As for the casualties of the demon race soldiers, they could only be described as tragic. More than 10,000 of the 15,000 soldiers died on the spot. Their flesh and blood fell into the sea. 9 out of the 15 divine warships were destroyed. They were all turned into scrap metal and fell into the depths of the sea. The remaining 5,000 goblin race soldiers were also covered in blood and wounds. They were extremely weak. These soldiers were like arrows at the end of their flight. Even the 2 divine generals, Long Xiang and Mu Yu, were covered in blood and wounds. After all, the 2 of them were at the forefront of the battlefield. If they continued to fight, the remaining 5,000 goblin race soldiers would definitely be slaughtered by the 30,000 sea race soldiers. Long Xiang and Mu Yu were brave and courageous, but they were not stubborn and pedantic people. Of course, they knew that the situation was hopeless and there was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do was to lead the remaining 5,000 goblin race soldiers and escape with all their might. Only by surviving would they have the hope of revenge. Not only did they have to take revenge on the sea race, but they also had to take revenge on the bastard who colluded with the sea race and used unscrupulous means to eliminate his enemies. Retreat! Retreat! Long Xiang and Mu Yu led 1,000 goblin race soldiers to bring up the rear for the remaining 4,000 goblin race soldiers. They covered them as they boarded the divine warships and escaped the battlefield. In a short span of 100 breaths, 1,000 goblin race soldiers were sacrificed and lost their lives in the sea. Even Mu Yu, in order to stop the sea race's divine kings, fought until the end and was killed by the sea race's divine kings. He was blasted into pieces. His blood splattered all over the sky and scattered in the sky above the battlefield. Even his godhead was shattered by the sea race's divine kings. He was completely dead. Before he died, he did not forget to shout at Long Xiang, "No matter what, you must bring everyone back. You must survive. Only by surviving can you take revenge for us. Mu Yu's hoarse shout reverberated in Long Xiang's mind. He could completely feel the grief and despair in Mu Yu's heart at the moment of her death. Therefore, he did not hesitate to lead the surviving goblin race soldiers back to the heavenly dragon continent. However, the 4,000 surviving soldiers were all injured and their strength had been greatly weakened. Even though they were piloting 5 divine warships and fleeing with all their might, their speed was still far from satisfactory. Goblin race soldiers of the sea, goblin race soldiers of the goblin races, goblin race soldiers. Over 30,000 sea creatures spread out, forming an encirclement of 20,000 miles in circumference above the sea. Even if the 5 divine warships flew into the sky or entered the sea, they would not be able to escape the encirclement of the sea race's army. The encirclement of the sea tribe's army was gradually shrinking. The 5 divine warships were attacked by many divine spells, and their movements became slower and slower. The surface of the divine warships was also riddled with holes. Goblin. N. Of goof goblin race. Of goblin goblin goblin. Of goof of goblin race. Long Xiang's eyes dimmed. His heart was filled with grief. He could not help but roar, Imperial Tutor! General Mu Yu, I and 15,000 goblin race soldiers died in your hands. You vicious bastard! Even if we die and turn into vengeful spirits, we will not let you go. Long Xiang knew that he was going to die. He did not hide anything. He roared unscrupulously. He vented all the grief and hatred in his heart. The 4,000 goblin race soldiers only knew that they had fallen into the goblin race's trap and ambush. They did not know and did not dare to believe that the Imperial Tutor had something to do with this scheme. When the soldiers heard the Flying Dragon Special Forces shouts, they were stunned. Then, they realized that the Imperial Tutor had colluded with the goblin race and betrayed them. Everyone was enlightened. They did not doubt this conclusion. The 4,000 goblin race soldiers cursed the Imperial Tutor. They were filled with grief and indignation. Long Xiang calmed down. He quickly shouted, "Everyone, calm down. No matter how much we curse, it will not help us. Now, we need to unite and break through the encirclement. We need to escape with our lives." After he finished speaking, Long Xiang led his lieutenants and soldiers out of the goblin race warships. They used all kinds of divine skills to launch a counterattack. The sea species army in all directions immediately unleashed their divine abilities and blasted them toward Long Xiang and the soldiers. Long Xiang was at the front. He used the divine light to protect his body. He waved his sword and spear to destroy the divine light in the sky. His lieutenants and soldiers followed behind him. They charged with the belief that they would die. A few hundred soldiers flew out of the 5 goblin race warships and joined the charge fearlessly. They charged towards the goblin race army in the north. What welcomed them was the merciless attack of the goblin race army. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of deafening explosions, hundreds of demon race soldiers were blasted to pieces, turning into a rain of blood and flesh that filled the sky. Other than Long Xiang, his 2 lieutenants, and more than 100 soldiers, the other 500 were killed before they could even get close to the goblin race army. Long Xiang charged forward without any regard for his own safety. However, he was blocked twice by the goblin race experts. When he charged forward for the 3rd time, 5 goblin race experts attacked together and sent him flying. He fell into the sea in a sorry state. His injuries were even worse. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His strength was also extremely weak. Is today the day of my death? Is everything going to end? As he fell into the sea from the sky, Long Xiang's eyes were wide open with unwillingness. He cried out in grief and indignation. At this moment, he suddenly realized that in the northern night sky, in the depths of the darkness, there was a dazzling divine light rapidly approaching. Under the pitch-black night sky, that golden divine light was as dazzling as a shooting star. Long Xiang, who was already filled with despair, was stunned. Then, his eyes shone with the light of hope. From the aura of that golden light, it was definitely an extremely powerful goblin race expert. At this moment, To appear alone in the depths of the sky sea, it was either a goblin race expert or a goblin race expert. Long Xiang thought that he and his soldiers were definitely going to die. Even if that golden light was a goblin race expert, their fate would not change. However, if that golden light was a goblin race expert, then the outcome might be different. Thinking of this, Long Xiang immediately pulled himself together. He led the surviving soldiers and continued to charge forward. As for that shooting star-like golden light, it did not deviate or dodge. It accelerated towards the battlefield. Chapter 3871. The God King expert in the golden light saw that there was a battle in the sea, but he still sped up and rushed over. This confirmed Long Xiang's guess. He was even more certain that the God King expert in the golden light was from the demon race and not the sea race. As expected, swoosh, after 5 breaths, the golden light cut through the darkness and flew over from the horizon. It was like an unstoppable shooting star that ignored the encirclement of the 30,000 sea race soldiers and rushed to the center of the battlefield. Wherever it passed, the dazzling golden light burned hundreds of sea race soldiers and thousands of seabirds into ashes. This scene gave the more than 3,000 demon soldiers a glimpse of hope, and their spirits were lifted. At the same time, the 30,000 sea race soldiers were on high alert and guarded against the golden light. When the golden light landed in the center of the battlefield, the battle paused for a moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on it. Swoosh! The dazzling golden light receded, revealing a handsome and valiant figure. It was a tall young man in a white robe. There were golden dragon scales on his wrists and the back of his hands. There was a divine dragon horn on his forehead. Obviously, this was a God King expert from the dragon race. He stood proudly in the night sky and did not care about the encirclement of the 30,000 sea race soldiers. His gaze swept across the battlefield and finally landed on Long Xiang and the others. When he saw Long Xiang's face, he was stunned for a moment. Then he revealed an inexplicable smile. I was just passing by and felt that there was a battle here. There was also a large amount of demon race aura, so I rushed over to check the situation. I didn't expect you to be so forgetful. Why did you come to the deep sea again? The young man in the white robe looked at Long Xiang with a smile and teased him. When Long Xiang saw his face and heard his words, he was so excited that he almost cried. There is always a way out. We are saved. Senior Long Tian, you are definitely the savior of my Flying Dragon Special Forces. At this moment, Long Xiang was excited and his blood was boiling. The grief and despair in his heart had dissipated. He did not care about his injuries and bowed deeply to Long Tian in front of the 30,000 people. The 3,000 demon race soldiers who were lucky enough to survive still did not understand the situation. But when they saw Long Xiang's reaction, they knew that everyone was saved. Although the young man from the dragon clan by the name of Long Tian was alone, no one dared to believe that he could fight against the Oceanic tribe's army of 30,000. However, in such a desperate situation, it was already extremely fortunate for a divine king of the dragon clan to come to their rescue. This made everyone shed tears of gratitude. Without a doubt, the white-robed dragon clan youth was Ji Tianxing. Originally, the Sword of Burial of Heaven had been flying south, ready to cross the sky sea and head to the Crimson Dragon continent. But just now, the Burial of Heaven sensed that there was an earth-shattering battle in the sea 80,000 kilometers away. Moreover, it also sensed the violent and chaotic aura of the demon clan. It told Ji Tianxing the news, and Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation without hesitation and rushed over to see what was going on. He didn't expect to meet the Flying Dragon Special Forces again. Furthermore, the Flying Dragon Special Forces situation was exactly the same as the first time they met. Ji Tianxing also admired the Flying Dragon Special Forces. To think that the Flying Dragon Special Forces were able to push him to the brink of death twice in a row. That was why he had teased him a little. Flying Dragon Special Forces, for someone like you to lead troops into battle, even if you have a few lives, it won't be enough. I'm really curious, how did you manage to survive until now? Ji Tianxing looked down at the Flying Dragon Special Forces. He waved his hand and sent a ray of divine light into the Flying Dragon Special Forces' body to help him suppress his injuries. The Flying Dragon Special Forces immediately looked ashamed. He cupped his hands and bowed. Senior Long Tian, this is a long story. Please allow me to explain it to you later. Our 15,000 soldiers were slaughtered until only 3,000 were left. We hope that you can save us. We will be eternally grateful. The 3,000 soldiers in the 5 divine warships all looked at Ji Tianxing and prayed silently in their hearts. Ji Tianxing was a little speechless. He smiled and said, "You always say that you're eternally grateful. How can you repay me with just a few words? Forget it. Seeing that you're loyal to the people, I'll help you one more time." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and sent out a few rays of golden light that enveloped the 5 divine warships in the night sky. Swish, swish, swish. After the golden light flashed, the 5 divine warships and the dozens of soldiers beside the Flying Dragon Special Forces disappeared. They were all kept into the world of the primordial chaos bell by Ji Tianxing and landed on a patch of grass. Only Ji Tianxing and the Flying Dragon Special Forces were left in the sky. They were still surrounded by the 30,000 sea race soldiers. The hundreds of sea race generals and dozens of sea race god kings saw Ji Tianxing arrive and save the 3,000 demon soldiers. They were instantly enraged. "Bastard, who are you? How dare you go against my race? You're alone, and you dare to be so presumptuous in front of my race's army. Aren't you afraid of death? Lad, I don't care who you are. Hand over the 3,000 people immediately. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces." Quite a few oceanic species god kings scolded and cursed. Many oceanic species warriors laughed out loud and joined in the jeering and cursing. The Flying Dragon Special Forces stood beside Ji Tianxing. Even though the two of them were facing 30,000 sea race soldiers, their hearts were calm. He didn't know why, but with Ji Tianxing present, he felt incomparably safe. Ji Tianxing didn't waste time talking nonsense with the sea race god kings. He extended his right hand and summoned the Sword of Burial of Heaven. His entire body was bursting with killing intent. In the next moment, he held the Sword of Burial of Heaven and pointed it at the sky. He shouted, "Sword rain." In an instant, the stars in the void outside the region flickered. Tens of thousands of meteors lit up in the sky. About 60,000 dazzling meteors gathered to form a meteor shower that covered the sky. They fell from the sky. The sea within 30,000 miles was covered. Before the meteor shower landed, the sea race army was already enduring a terrifying suppression. Instantly, the sea within 30,000 miles sank and was suppressed into a whirlpool. The 30,000 sea race army felt as if they were in a quagmire. They couldn't move an inch. The divine power in their bodies also became sluggish and solidified. The Flying Dragon Special Forces looked at the sky and saw that the meteors were 60,000 starry swords. Every starry sword was 10,000 feet long. They released a power and aura that could destroy everything. He could deeply feel the terrifying power of the starry sword rain. It made him feel reverence and fear from the bottom of his heart. If he wasn't standing beside Ji Tianxing and was confident that the starry sword rain wouldn't hurt him, he would have fled long ago. After all, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he could survive the bombardment of 10,000 starry swords. It was obvious that the fate of the 30,000 sea race army was sealed. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of earth-shattering noises, the starry sword rain that covered the sky poured down. It covered 30,000 miles and hit countless sea race soldiers. Those arrogant, overbearing, and ferocious oceanic clansmen were extremely weak before the stellar sword, and they were instantly blasted into pieces, causing a monstrous rain of blood to spray out. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3872. Long Xiang stood beside Ji Tianxing and stared at the scene with his eyes wide open. There was no way that the starry giant sword would be able to reach within 1,000 feet of them. On the surface of the sea in all directions, countless sea race soldiers were blasted into pieces, turning into a rain of blood that scattered in the sea. After the starry giant sword killed the sea tribe soldiers, It slammed into the sea and created huge waves that were thousands of feet tall. The sea was in complete chaos and turned into a world of silver sword light. The sky was filled with blood. The deafening explosion completely covered the miserable cries of the Sea Tribe's soldiers as they were blasted to death. Long Xiang watched this scene with his eyes wide open. He watched as countless members of the Sea Tribe were smashed into pieces. Fresh blood spurted before his eyes. His heart was already numb from the shock. He never dared to imagine that there would be someone who could fight against 10,000 alone. There was actually such an expert in the world who could kill 20,000 Sea Tribe soldiers in one move and make them unable to retaliate at all. This should not exist in reality. It should be an invincible divine king in fantasy. Long Xiang was very sure that neither the Imperial Tutor nor the Dragon Emperor had such terrifying means. So, this is the true strength of a divine king? As expected of the divine king who could defeat the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor and control the Stellar Source continent. Long Xiang exclaimed in his heart. His reverence for Ji Tianxing had also reached the peak. For a divine king like Senior Long Tian, it is already a great fortune to be saved by him once. Twice when I was in a desperate situation and was about to lose my life, I was saved by him both times. I am really lucky. Such heaven-defying luck. If I tell others about it, they will be jealous to death. Long Xiang looked at the sky full of sword light and blood in a daze. These thoughts flashed past his mind and he felt rather emotional. After a while, the starry giant sword fell into the sea and gradually disappeared. The heaven and earth calmed down. Only the sea was still filled with huge waves. Out of the 30,000 Sea Tribe soldiers, 20,000 had been killed by the starry giant sword and turned into pieces that fell into the sea. Even the seabirds that covered the sky had been slaughtered by tens of thousands of them, becoming sparse in numbers. The surviving 10,000 Sea Tribe soldiers were all scared out of their wits. They were extremely fearful and uneasy. There was no need for the Sea Tribe's generals and divine kings to give orders. They had already retreated in panic, turning around and fleeing into the depths of the sea. This time, Ji Tianxing was no longer so merciful. With the sword of burial of heaven in hand, he began to chase after the sea folk generals. He could ignore the ordinary soldiers and sea beasts of the Sea Clan. However, Shi Yan wouldn't let the Sea Tribe's King God Realm experts off. He wouldn't give them a chance to take revenge. Heavenly Dragon Palm. Daylight Sword. Heavenly Dragon World / Space-Time Blade. Ji Tianxing's figure teleported in the night sky. No one could escape his pursuit. His left hand continued to release divine abilities and ultimate skills while his right hand brandished his sword and used sword arts. It could be said that he was attacking from both sides and going on a killing spree. Those low-level god kings and mid-level god kings of the sea creatures were no match for him. In just a short moment, they were all chopped up into pieces. In a short 30 breaths of time, the 14 sea race god kings were all killed by him. The broken corpses of the sea race god kings were scattered in the sea. However, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and shot out rays of golden light, collecting their interspatial rings and godhead fragments. After doing all this, he returned to the center of the battlefield and appeared in front of Long Xiang. At this moment, the sea region finally calmed down. Long Xiang was still in shock. His face was filled with astonishment. Swish! Ji Tianxing returned to him and put away the sword of burial of heaven. He frowned and asked, "Why are you in a daze? Didn't you want to explain to me?" "Oh yes. Long Xiang came back to his senses and quickly nodded. "Senior Long Tian, please don't blame me. Just now, you chased after those sea race god kings like you were chopping vegetables. I was stunned." Long Xiang calmed himself down and started to explain the cause of the incident. After 100 breaths of time, he finished telling Ji Tianxing what had happened. Then, he bowed to Ji Tianxing and said solemnly, "Senior Longtan, luckily you acted in time and saved us. Otherwise, I and more than 3,000 soldiers will all be buried here. We will all be annihilated." Before General Mu died, he said that no matter what, I have to survive and go back to expose the truth to avenge him and his soldiers. Ji Tianxing was not surprised by this. He asked calmly, So, you are sure that the imperial tutor colluded with the Oceanic Trench tribe to set a trap for you? Long Xiang nodded and said with certainty, the sea race will never be able to guess the battle plan that General Muyu and I discussed. Only the imperial tutor and the other 4 generals knew about it. Other than the imperial tutor, I can't think of anyone else who would leak the battle plan to get us killed. Only he would have the guts to use such a method to get rid of his enemies. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment. He analyzed and said, if the imperial tutor colluded with the Oceanic Trench tribe, it must not have happened recently. If this conclusion is true, it means that they have been colluding for a long time. We can even make a bold guess that the Oceanic Trench tribe's frequent attacks on the 3 southeastern regions for the past 10 years might be related to the imperial tutor. Long Xiang did not understand and asked curiously, what is the imperial tutor's motive for doing this? What benefits can he gain from this? The corners of Ji Tianxing's mouth curled up into a sneer, and he said, if the heavenly dragon continent is always safe and sound, how can he show his status and accumulate his forces? By colluding with the Oceanic Trench tribe and letting them attack the borders, not only can he gradually gain power, he can also benefit from it and use the Oceanic Trench tribe to get rid of his enemies. Hearing this, Long Xiang suddenly understood and his eyes widened. I see. Senior Long Tian is wise. I am stupid. Long Xiang understood the imperial tutor's motive and gritted his teeth in anger. He could not help but curse. If that's the case, the imperial tutor is really ambitious. In order to achieve his goal, he will do anything. He is really cruel, vicious, and extremely evil. When I go back this time, I will definitely reprimand the Dragon Emperor. Even if I have to fight with the imperial tutor, I will expose his evil face. Ji Tianxing patted his shoulder and comforted him, don't be anxious. These are only our guesses and deductions. Since the imperial tutor is colluding with the Oceanic Trench tribe, they must have communicated with each other. Let me look for it. Therefore, he took out the space rings of the Oceanic Trench tribe's deity kings and used his divine sense to search through them. Long Xiang was full of anticipation and looked at him quietly. About an hour later, Ji Tianxing rummaged through 10 interspatial rings and found a few communication jade slips among them. These few specially made communication jade slips were all short and obscure messages. But these were all messages sent by the imperial tutor. These were the ironclad evidence of the imperial tutor colluding with the Oceanic Trench tribe. Ji Tianxing handed a few communication jade slips to Long Xiang, then said with a serious tone, the truth has been revealed, and these few jade slips are the evidence of your crime. You have to think carefully about how to use these evidence to make North Sea decide to get rid of the imperial tutor. Chapter 3873. Hearing Ji Tianxing's words, Long Xiang was stunned for a moment. Senior Longton, are you not coming back with me to expose the imperial tutor? In his opinion, now that he had evidence of the imperial tutor's crimes, it was the best time to expose and eliminate the imperial tutor. The imperial tutor had persecuted Long Tian, he would definitely go back to take revenge. Ji Tianxing shook his head and said calmly, since I have already left the heavenly dragon continent, why would I go back? This matter needs to be handled by you. If I go back, I'm afraid it will backfire. Moreover, this is the heavenly dragon divine palace's matter. What does it have to do with me? Previously, he had been touring the Taishin Cave Heaven for half a month. While admiring the scenery, he had also thought through some problems. Since he had decided to leave the Heavenly Dragon continent and did not kill the imperial tutor, it meant that he did not want to meddle in other people's business. What he did today was to save Long Xiang and the 3,000 soldiers. He wanted to help Long Xiang and the deceased General Muyu to find out the truth. Long Xiang's eyes dimmed and his expression became serious. He smiled bitterly and said, if Senior does not come with me, then this mission will be too difficult. He felt great pressure and felt that this matter was not going to be easy. He had to think about it carefully. Ji Tianxing smiled and encouraged him, you are not even afraid of death. Why would you be afraid of falling out with the imperial tutor? Think about General Muyu and the 10,000 soldiers who died unjustly. Shouldn't you seek justice for them? Long Xiang's body trembled. The scenes of the soldiers dying and the words of General Muyu appeared in his mind. He felt a great sense of responsibility and his heart became firm. After a short moment, he took a deep breath and bowed to Ji Tianxing. Thank you for your teachings, Senior. I'll definitely do my best. Even if I have to bet my life, I'll still complete this matter. Not only for the peace of the heavenly palace and the people of the continent, but also for my dead comrades and comrades. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and shot out a white light. 5 divine warships and close to 100 soldiers were released from the primordial chaos bell. The divine warships and soldiers stood in the air above the sea, looking around. Seeing that the surroundings had returned to normal, they knew that the battle was over. The crimson seawater and the countless corpses that were slowly sinking into the sea showed that the Sea Tribe's army had suffered heavy casualties. Everyone guessed the result, and they were all inexplicably shocked. Their reverence for Ji Tianxing increased. Ji Tianxing looked at Long Xiang and warned, "You were saved by this king twice, but you can't be so lucky all the time. After this incident, I hope you can learn a lesson and not be so straightforward and impulsive. There's only hope if you're alive. If you're dead, everything is over." After he finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. He stepped into the sky and flew towards the south. More than 3,000 soldiers walked out of the divine warship and bowed to Ji Tianxing's back with the Flying Dragon Special Forces. They watched as he left. When his figure disappeared into the darkness, everyone returned to the divine ship and steered it towards the north. Ji Tianxing returned to the Sword of Burial of Heaven and entered the distorted spacetime. He sat cross-legged under the Blood Flame's sacred tree. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He first meditated for 2 days. Through the collusion between the Imperial Tutor and the Sea Tribe, he had already seen the Imperial Tutor's wild ambition. He also guessed the Imperial Tutor's goal and plan. He wanted to strengthen himself and weaken Dark North's status and prestige. In the end, he would replace Dark North and seize the throne of the Dragon Emperor. However, Dark North was protecting the Imperial Tutor in every possible way. He didn't want to care anymore. He believed that Long Xiang would try his best to investigate the truth and report it to Dark North. He would urge Dark North to make a decision. As long as Dark North didn't want to die, he would definitely cut his losses and eliminate the Imperial Tutor in time. If Dark North avoided the Imperial Tutor as usual and continued to indulge the Imperial Tutor, then he would only have himself to blame if he was replaced or even killed by the Imperial Tutor. In any case, Ji Tianxing had already done what he needed to do. The rest was up to Dark North to decide. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing temporarily threw the news about Dark North and the Imperial Tutor to the back of his mind. He began to recall the customs of the Red Dragon continent, as well as the powerful people and the power structure. Strictly speaking, other than his master, the Red Dragon Emperor, he was closest to the Red Dragon Emperor. After all, the Red Dragon Emperor was the youngest of the 5 Dragon Emperors. He was the closest to him back then. Although they didn't meet many times, the Red Dragon Emperor had always treated him like a brother. The two of them drank and chatted many times. Their relationship was closer than his relationship with the Black Dragon Emperor. I wonder how the Red Dragon Emperor is now after more than 1,000 years. Recalling the power structure of the Red Dragon continent, Ji Tianxing was a little worried. After all, the Red Dragon Emperor had only become the Dragon Emperor 1,500 years ago with the support of the Heaven Dragon Emperor. At that time, Kenshin had just ascended to the Dragon Realm and had just become the disciple of the Heaven Dragon Emperor. He was not qualified to participate in that matter. However, he later found out that the situation on the Red Dragon continent was very complicated. The Red Dragon Emperor was the most powerful dragon on the continent. However, he was only 5,000 years old. His seniority and status were not high enough. He also did not have any power. On that continent, there were 2 peak divine kings. Their status, seniority, and power were far superior to the Red Dragon Emperor. One of the peak divine kings was clan leader Lu Wu, who had lived for nearly 30,000 years. His age and seniority were similar to that of the Heaven Dragon Emperor. He was also very powerful. The Lu Wu clan was one of the 7 great demon clans. They had nearly 10,000 descendants and many divine kings in the clan. They occupied the most fertile grotto heaven and had abundant cultivation resources. Therefore, their power continued to grow and the clan produced many elites. The other peak divine king was the Golden Crow clan leader who was more than 24,000 years old. His age and seniority were lower than that of the Heaven Dragon Emperor, clan leader Lu Wu, and the Black Dragon Emperor. However, he was also a peak divine king who had been famous for thousands of years. He controlled the entire Golden Crow clan and occupied a grotto heaven. The number of descendants of the Golden Crow clan was decreasing. There were only about 4,000 of them. However, there were many divine kings in the Golden Crow clan. Their fighting power was outstanding and they were a powerful force. At that time, the bloodlines of the 4 great dragon clans had withered. They were few in number and each had their own way of governing. They were not united. In the process of fighting for the position of Dragon Emperor, the 4 great dragon clans kept discussing, negotiating, and working together. However, they could not reach an agreement. Although the Red Dragon Emperor was a peak divine king, he was too young. His seniority was too low and he did not have much power. The Lu Wu clan and the Golden Crow clan were closing in. They controlled most of the territories and were very powerful. Most of the demon clans thought that the new overlord would be either the Golden Crow clan leader or clan leader Lu Wu. The Dragon clan definitely had no hope. However, no one expected the weakest Red Dragon Emperor to ask for help from the Dragon Emperors of the other continents. At that time, the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor ignored him. The Sacred Dragon Emperor also remained neutral. Only the Heaven Dragon Emperor and the Black Dragon Emperor expressed their support for the Red Dragon Emperor. Later, the Heaven Dragon Emperor led his trusted subordinates and personally came to the Red Dragon continent to suppress the chaos. Under his supervision, the 3 great peak divine kings carried out a competition, fairly contending for the position of overlord. End of chapter. Chapter 3874. Originally, the Golden Crow tribe and Lu Wu tribe controlled the situation and occupied 70% of the Crimson Dragon continent. The Dragon tribe was still at odds with each other and had no leader. They had no right to fight for supremacy. However, the Sky Dragon Emperor came personally to consolidate the power of the Dragon tribe and made the Crimson Dragon Emperor the leader. Then he used force to suppress the Golden Crow tribe and Lu Wu tribe, forcing the 3 forces to sit down and negotiate. The negotiation was led by the Sky Dragon Emperor and the Dragon tribe. The Sky Dragon Emperor proposed a fair competition between the 3 forces for the position of overlord. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon Emperor managed the situation and gave the Dragon tribe a fair chance to compete. Otherwise, the Dragon tribe would not even have the chance to compete. The Golden Crow tribe leader and Lu Wu tribe leader could not resist and could only accept the Sky Dragon Emperor's conditions. In their minds, even if they gave up the most advantageous subordinate forces, they would still be able to defeat the Crimson Dragon Emperor. After all, the 3 of them were peak divine kings and the Crimson Dragon Emperor was the youngest and the weakest. But no one had expected that the Golden Crow Patriarch and Patriarch Lu Wu would be defeated by the Crimson Dragon Emperor's sword. The young Dragon Emperor who was ignored and looked down upon was unbelievably powerful. After the Golden Crow tribe leader and Lu Wu tribe leader were defeated, they almost flipped the table. They wanted to tear up the agreement of the negotiation and refused to accept the result of the duel and continue to use war to solve the problem. However, the Black Dragon Emperor appeared at the right time and joined forces with the Sky Dragon Emperor to suppress the situation. The Golden Crow tribe leader and Lu Wu tribe leader only had 2 choices. They could either accept the Crimson Dragon Emperor's position as overlord or be annihilated by the 3 Dragon Emperors. In desperation, they could only choose to submit and return to their respective grotto heavens. From then on, the Crimson Dragon Emperor officially became the overlord and began to control the Crimson Dragon continent. Of course, the process was not easy. In fact, it was very difficult. Although he was the Crimson Dragon Emperor in name, the Golden Crow tribe and Lu Wu tribe were also forced to hand over large areas under the coercion of the 2 Dragon Emperors. However, only a third of the 100 domains on the Crimson Dragon continent had truly submitted to him. The remaining 60 to 70% of the territories were either feigning civility or staunch supporters of the Golden Crow tribe and Lu Wu tribe. Therefore, the Red Dragon Emperor had a long way to go if he wanted to control almost 100 regions and truly rule over the entire continent. Heavenly Dragon Emperor and Black Dragon Emperor could help him take over the throne, but they could not always help him. When he ascended to the throne of the Dragon Emperor and the war ended, he would have to do the rest himself. Ji Tianxing recalled the past events of the Crimson Dragon continent and murmured worriedly, "It's been more than 1,000 years. I wonder if the Crimson Dragon Emperor has complete control over that continent." In the past, when his master was still alive, his power was so great that Patriarch Lu Wu and the Golden Crow Patriarch did not dare to act recklessly. But after Master went missing, I believe that with their ambition and power, they wouldn't be willing to lie low, right? It was a pity that when he was in the Star Source continent, he did not hear any news about the Crimson Dragon continent. After arriving at the Heavenly Dragon continent, he stayed in the Taishan Cave Heaven for a very short time, and there was no news of the Red Dragon Emperor. If the situation on the Crimson Dragon continent changes, such as the Golden Crow and clan leader Lu Wu seizing the position of Dragon Emperor, the news will definitely spread throughout the Dragon Realm. Since I didn't receive any news and Ophiuchus didn't mention these things, then the Red Dragon Emperor should be fine. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing felt much more at ease. No matter what, I'll look for him when I arrive at the Crimson Dragon continent and see what's going on. After making up his mind, he stopped thinking about this matter and started to cultivate. The journey was long, and he still had to spend 4 years in the distorted space-time before he cultivated the Heaven Punishment Divine technique and steadily increased his power. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Ji Tianxing had consumed countless god stones and cultivation resources, and his power had increased by 30%. He was one step closer to the 9th level of the Divine King realm. 21 days had passed in the outside world. The Sword of Burial of Heaven had passed through the vast celestial sea and arrived at the northern part of the Crimson Dragon continent. The Crimson Dragon continent's customs were different from those of the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Star Source continent. This continent was located at the southernmost part of the Dragon realm, and the temperature was the warmest and most humid. Once he entered the Crimson Dragon continent, he could see endless mountains and primeval forests. Lush ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall formed a dark green ocean. Birds flew in flocks in the sky, and beasts could be seen everywhere in the forest. Even the spirit chi and divine power between heaven and earth were more abundant than those of other continents. In the boundless mountains and jungles, one could often see those majestic, ancient cities, where millions of demon clan people lived. Their lives were rich, plain, and peaceful. If there were no wars and disasters, the Crimson Dragon continent would be the most suitable place to live and cultivate. However, Ji Tianxing flew all the way south and saw many regions, empires, and kingdoms. He knew very well that peace and tranquility were only a few, and they were only superficial. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon continent still had an undercurrent and oppressive feeling that a storm was coming. Although he still did not know how the power structure of the Crimson Dragon continent was divided. He already had a premonition that the Crimson Dragon continent was not peaceful recently, and something big might happen. With such doubts and worries, he told the Sword of Burial of Heaven, "Hurry up and go to the Divine Fire Grotto in the Crimson Dragon domain." The Crimson Dragon domain was in the center of the Crimson Dragon continent, and it was closer to the south. The Divine Fire Grotto was one of the 36 grotto heavens in the Dragon realm, and it was also a blessed place for cultivation. At the same time, it was also the abode where the Crimson Dragon Emperor lived. The Sword of Burial of Heaven had a deep understanding of him, and he understood his meaning and worries when he heard this sentence. While speeding up, the Sword of Burial of Heaven did not forget to persuade him, "You don't have to worry too much, you have to believe in the Crimson Dragon Emperor's ability." Ji Tianxing was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes. The Crimson Dragon Emperor may be young, but he is praised by Master as the most outstanding genius of the dragon race in the past 20,000 years. The person Master values and cares about the most is me, followed by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. As for Dark North, in Master's heart, he might be fourth or fifth. Back then, the Crimson Dragon Emperor was able to defeat clan leader Lu Wu, the Golden Crow clan, under the guidance of Master and the Black Dragon Emperor. Now he should be even stronger, and Lu Wu and the Golden Crow clan should not be a threat to him. The Sword of Burial of Heaven did not say anything else, and continued to speed up, like an aurora cutting through the sky. Ji Tianxing also calmed down, and continued to cultivate. The sun and moon rose and set, and day and night alternated. Day after day passed. The Sword of Burial of Heaven crossed one region after another, and gradually approached the Crimson Dragon domain in the center of the Crimson Dragon continent. The closer they got to the Crimson Dragon domain, the more the Burial of Heaven observed the situation in each region, and the more tense it became. At least, many regions around the Crimson Dragon domain were in a state of tension. The Sword of Burial of Heaven could also feel an aura of war pervading this continent. Chapter 3875. Another 10 days passed. That evening, the Sword of Burial of Heaven finally arrived at the Red Dragon region. It was not far from the Divine Flame Grotto. Ji Tianxing received the reminder from the Burial of Heaven and ended his closed-door cultivation. He was ready to negotiate with the people from the Divine Flame Grotto. It was also at this moment that he suddenly received a transmission jade slip. This message came from the Heavenly Dragon continent in the north. It was from Long Xiang. Ji Tianxing took the jade slip. He did not need to read the contents to know that Long Xiang wanted to report the results to him. There were only two outcomes. First, North Sea continued to protect the imperial tutor and ignored the evidence provided by Long Xiang. Second, North Sea felt that the situation was serious and his position was threatened. He finally mustered up the courage to kill the imperial tutor. It has been a month since I separated from Long Xiang. It would take at least a month for him to rush back to the Grand Mystery Grotto from the depths of the Sky Sea. How could there be results so quickly? Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a while. He felt that something was wrong and used his divine sense to read the contents of the jade slip. Suddenly, Long Xiang's deep and powerful voice rang out in his mind. Long Xiang's voice was filled with excitement. Senior Long Tian, Long Xiang, General Mu Yu, and 15,000 soldiers express our sincere gratitude to you. In the court meeting just now, more than 30 generals, commanders, and territorial lords joined forces to remonstrate. His Majesty the Dragon Emperor finally made up his mind and announced the imperial tutor's crimes. He wants to completely eliminate the imperial tutor. Once this news was out, countless soldiers were in high spirits. Their blood boiled as they rejoiced and celebrated together. It was probably because Long Xiang was too emotional and excited that he announced the results right from the start. Afterwards, he reported everything that had happened to Ji Tianxing. It turned out that after he separated from Ji Tianxing, he brought more than 3,000 soldiers and rushed back to the Qingkong region as quickly as possible. It was too slow to bring the soldiers back to the Grand Mystery Grotto. Therefore, he ordered the soldiers to stay in the Qingkong region to recuperate and wait for news and orders. He only brought 2 lieutenants with him. Using the teleportation formations of various regions, he rushed back to the Grand Mystery Cave Heaven as quickly as possible. After returning to Taishan Cave Heaven, he didn't have time to treat his injuries. He secretly contacted all the generals who had a grudge against the imperial tutor. After learning about the imperial tutor's conspiracy and crimes, everyone was outraged and filled with righteous indignation. They agreed with Flying Dragon Special Forces' decision. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to use this opportunity to defeat the imperial tutor. Thus, everyone rushed back to the Great Mystery Cave Heaven within 8 days and jointly presented themselves to the Dragon Emperor Baiming. In the study of the Dragon Emperor, they presented all the evidence they had and remonstrated the imperial tutor to Dark North. Dark North didn't care too much about the evidence of the imperial tutor's corruption, the elimination of dissidents, and the secret cultivation of forces. However, when Dark North saw the imperial tutor colluding with the sea race, and combined with the imperial tutor's actions over the past few hundred years, he understood the imperial tutor's conspiracy and goal. Just like the advice of the 30 generals, commanders, and region lords, The imperial tutor wanted to take over Dark North and gradually seize power. He wanted to destroy Dark North's prestige and make him lose the people's hearts. When Dark North lost all the people's hearts and had no loyal subjects, it would be the best time to kill Dark North, eliminate evil for the people, and seize the throne of the Dragon Emperor. At that time, no one would support and protect Dark North. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Palace and the hundreds of millions of people on the continent would even think that Dark North deserved to be punished and that even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for his crimes. And the Imperial Tutor would become the spiritual leader of eliminating evil for the people. Coupled with the fact that he had full control of the power, it would be logical for him to succeed the throne of the Dragon Emperor. This was the Imperial Tutor's conspiracy and plan. Moreover, when the Heavenly Dragon Emperor disappeared and the Heavenly Dragon continent was without a leader, he had already begun to execute his plan. At that time, Dark North was the North Sea Dragon King Palace Lord. As Dark North's uncle, he had no right to seize the throne of the Dragon Emperor. In comparison, Dark North's bloodline and identity were more advantageous, and his prestige was also higher. Therefore, the Imperial Tutor did his best to encourage Dark North to seize the throne of the Dragon Emperor. He also worked hard for Dark North and came up with plans for him. After Dark North seized the throne of the Dragon Emperor, the Imperial Tutor began to implement his plan to gradually seize power and eliminate dissidents. In order to further undermine Dark North's prestige and arouse the anger of the people, the Imperial Tutor secretly used many methods. Not only did he use Dark North's name to wantonly amass wealth, cultivate power, and harm the people of various regions. He also ordered people to spread rumors, slander, and attack Dark North. Even colluding with the Sea Tribe was for personal gain, to arouse the anger of the people, and to highlight Dark North's incompetence. In short, the Imperial Tutor was ambitious. In order to seize the throne of the Dragon Emperor, he schemed and plotted for thousands of years. Now that the truth had been revealed, Dark North was filled with grief and resentment, and he was furious. He could tolerate the Imperial Tutor's high position, arrogance. He could tolerate the Imperial Tutor's personal gain and eliminate dissidents. In his opinion, the Imperial Tutor was his uncle. He helped him solve his problems and worked hard for him. Even if he made some mistakes, it would not hurt him. However, what he could not tolerate was the Imperial Tutor's ambition. He schemed and plotted to seize the throne of the Dragon Emperor and even wanted to ruin his reputation. This was Dark North's bottom line. Therefore, he decided not to tolerate and compromise anymore. He recalled what Ji Tianxing had said at that time, and finally made up his mind to eliminate the Imperial Preceptor. That night in the study, Dark North decided to hold a court meeting. He gathered hundreds of generals, commanders, and region leaders and announced his decision in front of everyone. The Flying Dragon Special Forces and more than 30 generals also had to cooperate with him. Therefore, in today's court meeting, more than 30 generals, led by the Flying Dragon Special Forces, remonstrated with death in the main hall. If Dark North did not eliminate the Imperial Tutor, they would commit suicide in front of the main hall. Once the remonstrance was announced, the hundreds of officials in the court meeting were shocked and started discussing. Dark North put on a compassionate attitude. He reluctantly announced the Imperial Tutor's crimes and issued an edict to eliminate the Imperial Tutor and his henchmen. After reading the edict, Dark North knelt down in front of the hundreds of millions of people and apologized with tears in his eyes. He felt guilty and blamed himself. After this, the hundreds of officials were grateful and cheered. Everyone unanimously believed that Dark North was still a benevolent emperor who loved the people. However, he was too benevolent and magnanimous. The evil Imperial Tutor was too treacherous. He was deceived for hundreds of years and caused the people to suffer. Now that the Dragon Emperor had come to his senses and apologized to the people, it was a great thing for them. As long as the evil Imperial Tutor was eliminated, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Palace would be able to regain its peace. The hundreds of millions of people in the Heavenly Dragon continent would also be able to escape from the abyss of suffering. After the court meeting ended, the hundreds of officials began to carry out the orders. At the same time, the edict issued by the Dragon Emperor, Dark North, was quickly sent to the 100 territories and announced to the world. Without a doubt, the imperial tutor would be pinned on the pillar of shame and unable to recover. Although he was far away in the 3 southeastern regions, he would definitely not surrender and admit his crimes. He would most likely flee and secretly gather his trusted subordinates to deal with the Dragon Emperor and North Sea. However, this was not important. He was destined to have a tragic ending. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 3876. After reading Long Xiang's message, Ji Tianxing kept his communication jade scroll. He did not intend to reply to Long Xiang's message, nor did he want to care about the heavenly dragon continent. In response to Dark North's reaction and actions, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer as he muttered a few words in a low voice. In the past, no matter how evil the imperial tutor was, he was only hurting others, not you. Only when the imperial tutor threatened your life and throne would you be determined to get rid of him. Just as I expected. Diligent and caring for the people? You still love yourself the most. The imperial tutor thought he was cunning and treacherous, but compared to you, he is far from being shrewd. For the past few hundred years, the imperial tutor had been acting and scheming in the dark. He thought that he was smart enough to play around with the honest Dark North. But in reality, wasn't Dark North also acting and using him, playing him in the palm of his hand? In the end, Dark North could get rid of him legitimately. He would not have to bear the infamy, but would also gain the reputation of being righteous and caring for the people. It could be expected that after this incident, all the grievances and crimes of the people of the Heavenly Dragon continent would be pinned on the imperial tutor. And the Dragon Emperor Dark North would not only be able to wash away his infamy, but also gain a good reputation. His reputation would also reach unprecedented heights. In the end, the battle between uncle and nephew was won by Dark North. The divine fire grotto heaven was in the center of the Red Dragon region. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, there were majestic mountains and primeval forests. The scenery was magnificent and magnificent. In the depths of the endless mountains, there was a bottomless abyss with a radius of 10,000 miles. The entrance of the abyss was covered by endless divine fire. It burned fiercely and would never be extinguished. Only after entering the abyss and stepping through the endless divine fire could one enter the divine fire grotto heaven. The other grotto heavens were mostly independent of the dragon realm, suspended in the void. Through the spatial barrier of the grotto heaven, one could see the starry sky. And this divine fire grotto heaven was actually deep in the earth's core of the dragon realm. Although it was also an alternate dimension, it was different from the dragon realm and could only be entered through a great formation. However, it was in the depths of the earth's core, floating in the boundless sea of magma. Other than the Red Dragon Emperor and a few divine kings, no one knew the exact location of the divine fire grotto. No one could enter the earth's core and find it in the sea of magma. Shwa! When night fell, the sword of burial of heaven descended from the sky and landed in the air above the abyss in the mountains. The surging 5-colored divine flames covered the abyss in a radius of thousands of kilometers, forming a natural barrier. This abyss had become a forbidden area. Even if there were no guards guarding it, no one dared to approach it. As for those birds and beasts, even if they had divine lord realm strength, they also did not dare to rashly barge in. After all, only godly king powerhouses could withstand the 5-colored divine fire that enveloped the entire abyss. Any living being below the divine king realm would be burned to ashes once they touched it. More than 1,000 years ago, Kenshin Ryushin had followed the heavenly dragon emperor to the divine flame grotto once. He had some understanding of the situation in the divine flame wonderland. Shwa! With a flash of white light, Ji Tianxing in a snow-white robe appeared in the air above the abyss. He put away the sword of burial of heaven and stepped into the abyss. The surging 5-colored divine fire immediately drowned his figure. However, there was a layer of hazy golden light on the surface of his body that protected him. The 5-colored divine fire could not harm him. He passed through the 5-colored divine fire that was about 1,000 miles thick and entered the depths of the abyss. He came to a huge white door of light. This white door of light was the entrance to the Divine Flame Grotto. It was protected by an upper-grade King Realm Divine Array. A few hundred miles above the Door of Light was the surging five-colored Divine Fire. However, there was not a single Divine Fire around the Door of Light. The surrounding light was also a little dim. There were more than 100 guards around the Door of Light. Among them, the 4 leaders were all Divine Kings. Seeing Ji Tianxing's arrival, the guards were immediately on alert. They held their swords in their hands and were ready to attack. 2 Divine King Realm guards approached Ji Tianxing cautiously and stopped him. "Please tell us your name. What business do you have in the Divine Flame Grotto?" Ji Tianxing stared at the 2 commanders for a moment and suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. "If I am not mistaken, your names are Long Xianfeng and Long Xianyun. Both of you are disciples of the Red Dragon tribe and a pair of brothers. I didn't expect that after more than 1,000 years, your strength had only increased by 1 level. Why are you still guarding the door?" The 2 guards in golden armor were of the Red Dragon tribe bloodline. They looked very similar in terms of body size. Both of them had reached the 6th level of the Divine King Realm. They could rule over a region in the Dragon Realm. However, after more than 1,000 years, they were still guarding the door. This surprised Ji Tianxing. Long Xianfeng and Long Xianyun frowned at the same time. They looked at Ji Tianxing even more cautiously and asked, "Who are you? How do you know us? Are you saying that you have known us for more than 1,000 years?" Seeing their reactions, Ji Tianxing suddenly guessed the reason and couldn't help but chuckle. "No wonder Long Yan didn't promote you and still asked you to guard the door. He can only rest assured if you 2 guard the door so carefully." Billions of people in the Red Dragon continent only knew the name of the Red Dragon Emperor, but not his real name. He was Long Yan. Long Xianfeng and Long Xuanyun's faces changed immediately. They looked at Ji Tianxing with a strange look. Since Ji Tianxing dared to call the Red Dragon Emperor by his name and showed no malice, he was most likely a friend of the Red Dragon Emperor. "Sir, we don't mean to offend you, but please tell us your name and purpose so that we can pass the message." Long Xianfeng kept his divine saber and cupped his fists at Ji Tianxing as he said respectfully. Ji Tianxing stopped teasing them and said with a smile, "Tell Long Yan that Long Tian is here. Ask him to prepare some good wine." "Long Tian?" Long Xianfeng and Long Xuanyun's eyes widened when they heard the name. They were stunned. After a while, the 2 brothers came back to their senses. They suddenly came to a realization and revealed a friendly smile. "No wonder I thought you looked familiar, but I couldn't remember. It's young Master Long Tian." "Young Master Long, you've only been here once, but you remembered our names. What an honor." As the Red Dragon Emperor's trusted subordinates, the brothers knew Long Tian and knew about the friendship between Long Tian and the Red Dragon Emperor. Therefore, the 2 of them no longer had any doubts. They put away their Kenshin weapons and bowed to Ji Tianxing. Long Xianfeng chatted with Ji Tianxing. Long Xianyun took out his communication jade slip and reported the news to the Red Dragon Emperor. Although the 2 of them were sure of Long Tian's identity, they did not dare to make the decision to let Long Tian into the Divine Fire Cave. They had no choice. The brothers had always been cautious. Not long after, Long Xianyun received a message from the Red Dragon Emperor. There was only 1 sentence in the message, but the tone was full of surprise and excitement. "Long Tian is here? Let him in. Don't delay." End of chapter. Chapter 3877. After receiving the Red Dragon Emperor's order, the Feng and Yun brothers no longer had any doubts and quickly opened the entrance. Long Xianfeng continued to guard the entrance while Long Xianyun personally led Ji Tianxing into the Divine Fire Cave. Swoosh! The 2 of them stepped through the blazing white light gate and entered a magnificent alternate dimension. The Divine Fire Cave was like a golden light ball with a radius of 1,000,000 miles, floating in the boundless sea of lava. Through the golden spatial barrier, one could clearly see the slowly boiling, flowing lava and thousands of 5-colored divine flames. After more than 1,000 years, Ji Tianxing once again saw the sky made of lava and flames, and he was still stunned by the magnificent scene. The Red Dragon Emperor's Red Dragon Divine Palace was deep in the Divine Fire Cave, where the spirit veins gathered. Long Xianyun led Ji Tianxing to the Red Dragon Divine Palace, and they met many guards and demon generals on the way. Everyone stopped and bowed to Long Xianyun and Ji Tianxing. Seeing the guards and generals in an orderly manner, Ji Tianxing knew that the Red Dragon Emperor's management over the years was very effective. Even if the Red Dragon continent was really dangerous, it would not be a big problem. Along the way, Ji Tianxing looked at the ground that was like glass and jade, and the beautiful sky that was constantly changing. He felt a little emotional. The Divine Fire Cave was still the same as before, but many changes had happened in the past 1,000 years. Even he was no longer the cold Kenshin Long Tian of the past. 2 hours later, Ji Tianxing and Long Xianyun arrived at the depths of the cave. In front of them was a mountain range that looked like crystal, glass, and red jade. Dozens of mountains stood proudly, shining with dazzling divine light. On top of each mountain peak, one could clearly see magnificent palaces, majestic mansions, and buildings. Every palace and mansion was guarded by guards in bright armor. There were guards patrolling the gates, roads, and the sky. This made the Red Dragon Divine Palace look majestic and dignified, but also a little more dignified and somber. Long Xianyun led Ji Tianxing over the mountains and flew to the peak in the middle. They landed outside the most solemn palace. The two of them landed and walked. With Long Xianyun leading the way, the guards at the gates and passageways let them pass without any obstruction. Young Master Long, the Dragon Emperor, is handling military affairs in the study. I will take you there. Logically speaking, an important guest like Ji Tianxing should be received by the Red Dragon Emperor in the guest reception hall. But the Red Dragon Emperor had been busy with government affairs and was basically always busy in the study. Long Xianyun was worried that Ji Tianxing would misunderstand, so he explained it to him. Ji Tianxing had guessed the reason, so he naturally wouldn't fuss over it and followed him into the depths of the Divine Palace. The Red Dragon Emperor was the Dragon Emperor's visit to the Dragon Emperor was the Red Dragon Emperor's visit. The Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Emperor was the Dragon Emperor's Long Xianyun. Divine Palace. Long Xianyun stood outside the study and reported, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, I have brought young Master Long here. I will take my leave now." After bowing, Long Xianyun bade farewell to Ji Tianxing and left the palace. Ji Tianxing stepped into the study alone. He immediately saw a mountain of memorials on the table in the bright and spacious study. Amidst the mountain of memorials and letters, a young man of the dragon clan in a dark red dragon robe was writing at a fast speed with a grave expression on his face. Even though they had not seen each other for more than 1,000 years, the red-robed youth did not change much. He was still as handsome and noble as before. Hearing Ji Tianxing's footsteps, the red-robed youth immediately put down his writing brush and looked up at Ji Tianxing with a sincere and happy smile. "Long Tian, it's you. I didn't expect to see you again after more than 1,000 years. This is great." The red-robed young man excitedly stood up to greet Ji Tianxing. Without saying anything, he gave Ji Tianxing a bear hug. Ji Tianxing felt warmth in his heart when he saw that the red-robed youth was still as friendly as before, even though he had been the Dragon Emperor for more than 1,000 years. He smiled and said, "Long Yen, I haven't seen you for more than 1,000 years, but you haven't changed at all." The red-robed youth, Long Yen, was the Red Dragon Emperor. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they naturally chatted and asked about each other's well-being. Long Yen put aside his work for the time being and brewed 2 cups of hot tea. He sat down with Ji Tianxing and talked about old times, asking about his experiences over the years. Ji Tianxing gave a simple explanation, saying that he had been cultivating in seclusion in the realm of the gods all these years and did not care about worldly affairs. That was why his strength had improved so much. After reminiscing for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Long Yen suddenly recalled something. He stared at Ji Tianxing with sparkling eyes and asked, "Brother, I heard that something happened to the Star Source continent a year ago." Long Tian led the Myriad Demon Alliance to conquer the Xuanji Grotto Heaven, defeated the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor, and ruled the Star Source continent. That Long Tian is you, right? Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded. Long Yan's doubts were confirmed, and he laughed excitedly. He patted Ji Tianxing's shoulder and said, "I knew it was you. Ha! Who else has this ability other than you? After laughing, he calmed down and asked doubtfully, "Oh right, you just took control of the Star Source continent, and it's a critical period now. You should be in the Xuanji Grotto Heaven and control the entire continent as soon as possible. Why you here? Aren't you afraid that the remnants of the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor will take the opportunity to cause trouble?" Ji Tianxing smiled and said calmly, "If I told you that I have no interest in the Dragon Emperor's position and that I was forced to destroy the Xuanji Grotto Heaven, would you believe me?" Long Yen was stunned and looked at him strangely. After a while, Long Yen came back to his senses and patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, I haven't seen you for more than 1,000 years, and you've changed a lot. You've learned how to pretend? Well done, you're good at pretending." "I'm really not pretending." Ji Tianxing spread his hands helplessly. "Why don't you believe me?" Long Yen waved his hands and smiled bitterly. Okay, I believe you, okay? Alright, what's your relationship with the leader of the Myriad Demon Alliance, Luoho? How did you subdue him? When Long Yen received the news a year ago, he had suspected the identity of the Luoho Divine King and his relationship with Long Tian. Ji Tianxing replied, "Not only you, I think many people want to know the answer. I can tell you, but please keep it a secret." "Of course." Long Yen nodded quickly. "I promise I won't tell anyone. The Luoho Divine King is actually Ophiuchus." Ji Tianxing said calmly. "Ophiuchus? It's him. No wonder." Long Yen was suddenly enlightened. He felt shocked and incredulous. Since Ophiuchus was the leader of the Myriad Demon Alliance, it was not hard to understand why the Myriad Demon Alliance would listen to Long Tian. But Ophiuchus has reached the peak Divine King realm? This is unbelievable. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 3878. If Ophiuchus heard what you said, he would definitely be depressed. Seeing Long Yan's expression of disbelief, Ji Tianxing chuckled. Cough cough. Long Yan laughed awkwardly and explained, "I didn't mean to look down on him, I just found it very surprising." "Don't tell him." Ji Tianxing smiled and didn't explain anything. The two of them knew each other's character very well and naturally knew that Ji Tianxing was just joking. After calming down, Long Yan analyzed, with Ophiuchus overseeing Xingyun continent, with his meticulous nature, there's naturally no need to worry about the overall situation. It's no wonder that you can run around at this time. Alright, why did you come to find me? It shouldn't be as simple as catching up, right? Ji Tianxing nodded and said in a low voice, "Indeed, I came to find you to find out if there's any news about my son." He briefly told him about Wuhan's disappearance and how he was rescued by a peak Divine King. After Long Yan heard it, he was a little depressed and worried. He shook his head and said, "Although I've been in Crimson Dragon Continent for the past few decades, I didn't know about this and I've never seen Wuhan. However, I'll send people to investigate this matter and try to help you find your son." Ji Tianxing pointed at the table that was piled with memorials and asked, "If I'm not wrong, Crimson Dragon Continent isn't peaceful now and you must be very busy. At this time, you don't have to waste people to help me investigate. You just have to think of a way to help me ask other peak Divine Kings and I'll be very grateful." Other peak Divine Kings? Long Yen was stunned for a moment and then revealed a bitter smile. Crimson Dragon Continent only has 3 peak Divine Kings. Other than me, there's only clan leader Lu Wu and clan leader Golden Crow left. Those 2 fellows can't wait to kill me now. If I ask them, I'll definitely not get any results. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows. When Master was still alive, the 2 of them must have held back their hatred and didn't dare to cause trouble openly. They could only do bad things secretly. Now that 1,000 years have passed, they can no longer hold back and have started to fight for the throne, right? Long Yen nodded and said indignantly, "Actually, they have always been unconvinced. They feel that I only became the Dragon Emperor because of the protection and support of my 2 uncles. No matter in the past or in the present, they have always been going against me, trying to consolidate and expand their power. However, when Uncle Tianlong was still around, they could only play tricks in secret. After Uncle Tianlong went missing, they had no scruples and gradually increased their strength. Today, their power has already been established, and they have long been fearless, ready to launch an all-out attack. Ji Tianxing had already expected this outcome, so he was not surprised. No wonder I rushed here from the Heavenly Dragon continent. Along the way, I saw that the various regions were nervously preparing for war. I recall that Lu Wu and the Golden Crow patriarchs have never been on good terms, and there is a blood feud between them. Could it be that in order to overthrow you, they actually joined hands? Long Yan's expression dimmed, and he nodded, one in the south, one in the north, accumulating power for 800 years, unleashing an all-out attack. It will be in a few days. Indeed, as I expected. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly, knowing that the situation already reached the most serious stage. In that case, I came at the right time. You want to help me? Long Yan's eyes lit up, feeling rather touched in his heart. Of course, this result was also within his expectations, and would not be surprised. He understood Long Tian's nature and character. Of course. Ji Tianxing nodded solemnly. Long Yan thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness. The current situation is already going to start an all-out war. An additional peak Divine King also doesn't have much impact on the situation. Only with an additional million-strong army can victory be determined. The corners of Ji Tianxing's mouth curled into a hint of a cold smile, and he asked, they are like back then, exhausting all their military strength, wanting to use war to decide the outcome? Long Yan also revealed a hint of a mocking smile and said, back then, they were suppressed by the two uncles, unable to use war, and could only have a fair duel, which resulted in a crushing defeat. Now that they have suffered a loss once, how can they repeat the same mistake? Although I have already negotiated with them many times, and even gave them an ultimatum yesterday, wanting to resolve the matter through negotiation, they have already made up their minds. Even if there are millions of corpses and rivers of blood, they have to kill their way into the divine fire cave and seize the throne. Ji Tianxing continued, in order to seize the throne, they can disregard the lives of the common people, even if the whole continent is in chaos, they will not hesitate. But you, the Red Dragon Emperor, have to worry about the lives of the common people, and cannot let the Red Dragon continent be in chaos. So, when they launched an attack and attacked from the north and south, you are in a very passive situation. Exactly. Long Yan nodded and sighed with grief and indignation. They are also aware of this point, that's why they can be so unscrupulous. They even used the common people to threaten me many times, forcing me to give in again and again. 3 days ago, in the Battle of Heaven's Pass in the Green Mountain region, when the two armies were facing each other, the Golden Crow clan's subordinates actually captured millions of common people and forced the general of Heaven's Pass to retreat. Otherwise, they would have slaughtered millions of common people in front of the battle. Such vicious methods, simply inhumane. Ji Tianxing furrowed his brows, and a ghastly killing intent flashed across his eyes. They are so deranged, aren't they afraid that their subordinates will be disgusted and rebel? They have committed so many heinous crimes, even if they can seize the throne, how can they win the hearts of the people? Speaking of this problem, Long Yan could only smile bitterly again. The Golden Crow clan's leader has painstakingly operated for 800 years, and the 30 regions in the south have all become his territory, and those soldiers are all loyal to him. From their point of view, the territories outside the 30 regions, including the common people, are all enemies. They use the lives of their enemies as threats, and invade the cities, and have always been successful. That is not a shameful thing, but a wise move. Ji Tianxing's anger grew, and he shouted coldly, only distinguishing between friend and foe, only caring about benefits and victory, and not caring about the lives of the common people, those bastards have been brainwashed to this extent. Long Yan nodded and sighed. That is why it is said that it is not easy to conquer the world, and even harder to defend the world. Millions of common people have become captives, crying and begging for mercy in front of the battle. What can I do? If I don't care about the lives of those common people, won't I be as shameless as Golden Crow and Lu Wu? At that time, Golden Crow and Lu Wu will definitely take the opportunity to spread rumors and wantonly slander me. They can be shameless, they can be heartless, but I can't be like that. Ji Tianxing was somewhat helpless and nodded. So, you can only have the soldiers retreat and let the enemy easily break through Heaven's Pass? Long Yen was silent, but the answer was obvious, because he had no other choice. Ji Tianxing asked again, once or twice is fine, but are you going to keep retreating like this? Golden Crow and Lu Wu are too shameless. They go around capturing common people as captives. Wouldn't it be easy for them to kill their way into divine fire grotto heaven? Chapter 3879. Although I care about my reputation and don't want the common people to suffer the calamity of war, I'm not so pedantic. Long Yen did not conceal Ji Tianxing's concerns, nor did he pretend to speak his truest thoughts. In front of Ji Tianxing, he did not need to pretend, nor did he need to pretend to be benevolent. Praises like benevolence and love for the common people had always come from the common people, not from one's own claims. In this aspect, the Crimson Dragon Emperor was very different from Dark North. After a few moments of silence, the Crimson Dragon Emperor continued, "The common people are the weakest and most helpless. They are very ignorant and do not understand the truth of the matter, nor can they see through the schemes of the ambitious. They are easily instigated and brainwashed, deceived and led by those in power. Thus, Golden Crow and Lu Wu have used various methods over the past several hundred years to successfully fool 60% of the common people and countless soldiers. However, the common people are the most simple, kindest, and also the most innocent. No matter who becomes the Dragon Emperor or who fights for the throne, what does it have to do with them? As long as someone can protect them and give them peace and tranquility, they will wholeheartedly trust you, support you, and even sacrifice everything for you. I sympathize with them, pity them, and do not want the war to affect them. But at this point, if I continue to back down, the entire Crimson Dragon continent will fall. At that time, I will be killed by Golden Crow and Lu Wu, and they will continue to fight for the throne. And once they do, the flames of war will cover the entire continent. Millions of common people will suffer, and who knows how many will be buried with them." At this point, the Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes and expression became resolute and fierce. "Thus, the 36 central regions are my bottom line. Once Golden Crow and Lu Wu's vanguard army reaches the 36 regions, my soldiers will not back down a single step." Ji Tianxing nodded in agreement. "This is good. I was worried that you would be too benevolent and allow Golden Crow and Lu Wu to succeed. Right, the war is imminent. Do you have any plans?" Long Yen said with a solemn expression, "Golden Crow and Lu Wu have sent a large number of experts to infiltrate the 36 domains to capture ordinary people. In the future, they will be used as captives and blackmail on the battlefield. It was unrealistic to ask the people to evacuate or hide. I've already sent countless soldiers to the various regions to take precautions and do their best to protect the people. At the same time, I'm searching for the experts they've sent. However, the 36 domains are too vast, and I don't have enough manpower. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to see any results." Left with no other choice, I could only order my soldiers to spread the word and inform all the realms, empires, and divine kingdoms of the other party's scheme. Fortunately, the people of the various countries expressed their understanding and support my orders and actions. Even when the two armies go to war and they threaten us with the common people, we will not give in." Ji Tianxing expressed his approval of his arrangements, then asked, "At present, only 36 domains are truly under your control. The other 60-some domains are under the control of the Golden Crow and Lu Wu. If the two sides were to engage in a final battle, what are your chances of winning?" Long Yen was silent for a moment. He frowned and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth?" 40%. Long Yan's tone was very calm. Clearly, he had already analyzed and predicted this result. Ji Tianxing shook his head and said, 40% is too low. If we can still stall for time, then stall for as long as possible. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use war to decide the outcome. But the decision is not in my hands." Long Yen sighed somewhat helplessly. "I've already given them an ultimatum. I estimate that there will be a result very soon. The general situation has already been set, and they can't back down. They definitely won't change their minds. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. The two had just finished discussing this topic when a guard loudly reported from outside the study. Reporting to Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, the two patriarchs of the Golden Crow and Lu Wu have just replied to your message. Hearing this voice, Long Yen waved his hand and sent out a flame, opening the door to the study. The messenger guard standing outside the door hurriedly bowed and entered the study, then presented two communication jade slips to Long Yen. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, please take a look. You may leave. Long Yen took the two jade slips and waved his hand to dismiss the messenger guard. He held a jade slip in one hand and asked Ji Tianxing with a smile, "Do you want to guess the answer?" Ji Tianxing rolled his eyes. "Since you already know the result, what's the point of guessing?" "That's true." Long Yen smiled and released his divine sense into the jade slip to read its contents. A moment later, he crushed the jade slip with both hands and frowned with a gloomy expression. Although he didn't say a word, his reaction and expression had already revealed the result. Ji Tianxing pondered for a moment, then said with a cold gaze and a heavy tone, "Since they are determined to go to war, the common people are bound to suffer. This is also unavoidable. I'm alone and won't be of much use in this war. I can't change the outcome. Since that's the case, I can only execute the decapitation plan and kill both the Golden Crow and Patriarch Lu Wu. When they are leaderless, the situation will collapse on its own." Long Yen hurriedly waved his hand and dissuaded him, "No, it's too dangerous. Moreover, even if you want to assassinate them, I should be the one doing it." Ji Tianxing explained patiently, "I'm not familiar with the situation in the Crimson Dragon continent, and I don't know the generals and experts under your command. I won't be of much help even if I stay here. You have to stay in the Divine Fire Grotto Heaven and command the leaders and generals of the various regions to control the overall situation. I'm a loner, so I'm most suited to assassinate people. Moreover, the Golden Crow and Lu Wu don't know of my existence. This will be the only way to catch them off guard." Long Yen was speechless. He had to admit that Ji Tianxing's words made sense. Letting Ji Tianxing assassinate the Golden Crow and Lu Wu was indeed the most suitable plan. However, he was still full of worry and apprehension. "Brother, since you can defeat the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor, I believe that you are already a peak divine king and are very powerful. However, the Golden Crow and Lu Wu are peak divine kings who have cultivated for more than 20,000 years. Moreover, they have a large number of divine king experts protecting them. It will be very difficult for you to get close to them silently." Ji Tianxing smiled and said, "You only need to tell me the whereabouts of the Golden Crow and Lu Wu. I have my own ways to get close to them and assassinate them. In terms of strength, the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor is much stronger than them. Didn't I defeat him too?" Seeing that Ji Tianxing was so confident, Long Yen could not persuade him anymore. After hesitating for a moment, he voiced his last doubt. "Brother, Patriarch Lu Wu is in the north, and the Golden Crow is in the south. There's half a continent between them. Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you can't assassinate both of them within 2 days. Once one of them is assassinated, the other will quickly receive the news and will be on full alert." Chapter 3880. That's a problem. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a while before coming up with an idea. "How about this? You and I attack at the same time and deal with the Golden Crow clan leader and Lu Wu clan leader separately." 8,000 years ago, Long Yen was able to defeat the Golden Crow clan leader and Lu Wu clan leader. Now, dealing with one of them would be a piece of cake. Logically speaking, this should be a more feasible method. After a moment of silence, Long Yen said in a low voice, "Long Tian, I feel that there are some things that I should tell you. If possible, I hope that you can only defeat them and not kill them. The Dragon Realm today is already very weak. The few peak divine kings cannot fall anymore." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Ji Tianxing asked doubtfully, "Do you know some secret? Is there some danger in the Dragon Realm?" Long Yen nodded. "There are indeed some secrets that ordinary people do not know. However, the Dragon Realm is not dangerous for now. It can only be considered a crisis. What do you mean? Ji Tianxing vaguely guessed something and was looking forward to it. This is a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly. Long Yen poured him a cup of tea and patiently explained. Currently, on the Crimson Dragon continent, the Golden Crow clan and the Lu Wu clan are the biggest threats to me. The Golden Crow clan occupies a grotto heaven and has more than 4,000 people. They have countless subordinate forces and control more than 20 regions in the south. They can gather 7,000 to 8,000 Sir Gods and have more than 100 divine kings under them. The Lu Wu clan in the north is even stronger than the Golden Crow clan. The Lu Wu clan also occupies a grotto heaven and has more than 10,000 people. They have even more subordinate forces and domain masters. They control more than 30 regions in the north. Under the Golden Crow clan leader, there are nearly 10,000 Sir Gods and more than 150 divine kings. If we really compare, our forces are not as strong as the Lu Wu clan leader. The number and strength of our dragon clan is actually less than the Lu Wu clan. Isn't it laughable? Do you know why they are both part of the 7 aristocratic families, but the difference in power is so great? Ji Tianxing answered without hesitation. Because the Golden Crow race is a sinful race, but the Lu Wu race isn't. Long Yen looked at him in surprise. You already know? I understand. Ophiuchus told you, right? Ji Tianxing nodded. Ophiuchus told me this secret before. Ever since ancient times, the entire dragon realm has been punished by the heavens, causing no one to surpass the divine king realm in the past 30,000 years. Many other races were punished by the heavens and became sinners. The bloodline of the sinners would continue to wither, and their numbers would gradually decrease until they were completely wiped out. For example, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Qilin Clan, the Xianxia Clan, the Taotai Clan, and the Golden Crow Clan are all sinners. Long Yen nodded and said, "What you said is right. This is also the reason why our Dragon Clan is constantly withering and becoming weaker and weaker. The Lu Wu race was not a sinful race, so they were not affected, and their descendants continued to reproduce normally. However, they could not break through the shackles and surpass the divine king realm. The existence of the heavens' punishment and shackles was known by more and more peak divine kings. Therefore, everyone left the dragon realm and went to the outer space to cultivate. In the past few hundred years, Ophiuchus had been active in the outer space. I also left the dragon realm and went to the 9 great star fields to search for clues and opportunities to surpass the divine king realm, until a few decades ago, when the Golden Crow and Lu Wu race pressed on, the situation of the continent became dangerous, and I rushed back to take charge." Ji Tianxing asked, "My master's disappearance back then, was it related to these secrets?" "It should be," Long Yen nodded and explained. "When Uncle Tianlong left the dragon realm, he said that he was going to atone for his sins. At that time, we could not understand. Uncle Tianlong was a person of virtue and prestige, and had always been the kindest and most respected elder. He did not commit any unforgivable sins, so how could he atone for his sins? In our confusion, Ophiuchus, Uncle Black Dragon, and I began to investigate to find out the reason. From then on, we learned about the heavens' punishment and the sinners. At first, we thought that Uncle Tianlong had been a peak divine king for too long, and there was no hope for him to break through. Perhaps he left the dragon realm to go to the outer space to find a chance to break through. But later, Uncle Tianlong's soul lamp went out, and we learned that he had fallen. Ophiuchus, Uncle Black Dragon, and I all panicked. Only then did we realize that Uncle Tianlong's atonement probably had a deeper meaning. Therefore, the 3 of us left the dragon realm and went to the outer space to investigate and find the truth. After several hundred years of searching and investigating, we did learn many secrets and found many clues." Ji Tianxing's heart skipped a beat as well. He couldn't help but ask, "Then, have you investigated whether my master has fallen or not? If he had fallen, how did he fall? Did he encounter some danger in the outer space, or was he besieged by strong enemies and died? Also, did you find his remains and belongings?" Long Yen shook his head regretfully. "Uncle Tianlong should have fallen, but we don't know why he fell. As for his belongings and remains, we haven't found them yet. 1,000 years have passed, and Uncle Tianlong's fall has become a mystery that still can't be solved. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment, then asked doubtfully, "But what does this have to do with the Dragon Realm's crisis? Why can't we kill Jin Wu and Patriarch Lu Wu?" "Oh, this matter is related to the God Realm." Long Yen realized that he had gone off topic and hurriedly suppressed the heaviness and sadness in his heart and explained, "When I was moving in the outer space, I met a divine king of the God Realm." "A divine king of the God Realm?" Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows, guessing that the Dragon Realm's crisis Long Yen mentioned was most likely related to the God Realm. "I came back from the God Realm. As far as I know, there are 5 peak divine kings in the God Realm who broke through the shackles a long time ago and reached the God Emperor Realm." "God Emperor Realm?" Long Yan's eyes flashed with light, and said with surprise, "So, above the Divine King Realm is the God Emperor Realm? What kind of realm is that?" Ji Tianxing shook his head, and said expressionlessly, "I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I don't know the details." Long Yen didn't ask any more questions, and continued to explain, "I met many divine kings from the God Realm. They developed their forces in various major star fields, seized one world after another, and crazily plundered resources. They used various methods to enslave the natives of those worlds, forcing them to dig and gather cultivation resources for them. At that time, I found it strange. The God Realm's cultivation resources are abundant, so why would they go through so much trouble to plunder the resources of various star fields? So I tried to get close to them, and secretly investigated for many years. In the end, I discovered a very shocking secret." "What secret?" Since it was related to the God Realm, Ji Tianxing became more and more interested. Long Yen lowered his voice and said in a low voice, "Those divine kings were working for the stronger ones, and the resources they plundered had to be handed over to their leader." End of chapter. Chapter 3881. At that time, I felt that something was amiss. Those god kings who were crazily plundering resources were basically god kings of the 8th and 9th stage. There were even a few peak god kings. To be able to make them obey and serve so willingly, could it be that the expert of the God Realm had already surpassed the God King Realm? Long Yen held the teacup in his hand and said with a solemn expression, "You also know that our Dragon Realm has been punished by the heavens. No one can surpass the God King Realm. Me, Snake Man, Uncle Black Dragon, and the others went to the outer space to look for opportunities to break through. Since I knew that the expert of the God Realm had most likely reached an even higher realm, of course I had to continue tracking. So, I spent a few decades and took a huge risk to track down the truth. I saw the strongest experts of the God Realm, which were the God Emperors you mentioned just now." "What truth?" Ji Tianxing also became nervous when it involved the 5 God Emperors. Long Yen frowned and said with a solemn tone, "It was a place even further away than the 9 great star regions, in the deepest part of the void. I saw a huge cloud of gray fog, like a super huge star, floating in the void. Countless God King Realm experts drove divine ships, carrying a huge amount of cultivation resources, and rushed to the gray fog star. They were like ants in an endless stream, constantly moving the cultivation resources, as if they didn't know what fatigue was. They were very busy. I tried my best to sneak into a batch of resources, and got close to the gray fog star." Long Yan's face was full of reminiscence as he recounted his experience. His eyes were solemn and his tone was low. Ji Tianxing was also engrossed in the story, and he was worried for Long Yen. At the same time, he was also very anxious to know what was going on with the gray fog star and the 5 God Emperors. Long Yen picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea before continuing. "When we were very close to the star, I saw a few pillars of light in the void around the star. Each light pillar was a huge array, formed by thousands of experts. The person who was in charge of the formation was the strongest expert who had surpassed the Divine King Realm. Their auras were extremely powerful, just like the power of the heavenly Tao, making it impossible for me to get close. The cultivation resources that were transported from all directions were poured into the large arrays, causing the light pillars to become even more brilliant and dazzling. Originally, I wanted to sneak into the vicinity of one of the formations and secretly observe the situation. But I didn't expect that the God Emperor would discover me before I could even get close to the formation. That God Emperor was a woman who was tens of thousands of meters tall. Her entire body was shining with golden light. I didn't have time to see her appearance clearly before I heard her shout. Many guards and divine king powerhouses rushed towards my hiding place. Although I have the strength of a peak divine king, there are many of them. There are many high divine kings among them. Once I'm trapped by them, I'll definitely die. Therefore, I could only run as fast as I could to get away from that foggy star. They chased me for 3 whole years before I managed to shake them off. At this point, Long Yen had finished narrating his experience. Ji Tianxing was still unsatisfied. He asked anxiously, "That female God Emperor, was she wearing white clothes, had an extremely beautiful face, and an elegant temperament? Was there a red mole between her eyebrows?" He knew clearly that among the 5 great God Emperors, there was only one female, and that was Pan Ru. Even if Pan Ruo had broken through to the God Emperor realm, her appearance shouldn't have changed too much. But unfortunately, Long Yen shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. At that time, I was still very far away from her, at least 100,000 kilometers away, but I was discovered by her. She was tens of thousands of meters tall, and her entire body was shining with golden light. Divine power lingered around her. How could I see her clearly? After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Ji Tianxing. "Could it be that you know her?" Of course I know her." Ji Tianxing's lips curled into a cold smile. "She is called Pan Ruo, the overlord of the primal chaos continent. The other 4 great God Emperors are Azura, Lu Zhiyang, Dao Xingyun, and Yuming. The 5 of them controlled the 5 continents of the God realm. But after they surpassed the God King realm, they seemed to look down on the God realm. For close to 1,000 years, they didn't seem to be in the God realm. They were always active in the outer space. In the past, I didn't know what they were doing in the outer space. But now, the truth is out." Hearing him speak in such detail, a series of conjectures appeared in Long Yan's mind. His eyes lit up as he said, "That's right. In the past 1,000 years, you have always been cultivating in the God realm. You are also a peak God King. You must know those 5 great God Emperors. From your tone, it seems like you have some enmity with them?" Ji Tianxing only nodded and didn't say anything else. Regarding his fall in his previous life and his reincarnation, the fewer people who knew, the better. Even if Long Yen was as close as a brother to him, he couldn't easily reveal it. Long Yan's expression was somewhat indignant. His eyes dimmed as he smiled bitterly. "Although I don't know what you experienced in the God realm, your enemy is my enemy. It's just that they have already surpassed the God King realm and reached the unfathomable God Emperor realm. Even if we want to take revenge, we are not their match. Brother, I advise you to bear with it a little." "I know." Ji Tianxing nodded to show that he understood. Actually, to the 5 great God Emperors, the current God realm is just a treasure land and mine for plundering resources. They are not in the God realm, and their loyal lackeys are also desperately plundering resources. Previously, I was still puzzled. What are they planning to do by plundering so many resources? Now it seems that they are crazily plundering the resources of the God realm and the 9 major starfields for that foggy star. "Yes." Long Yen nodded. "So, after investigating that matter, I began to worry about the Dragon realm. I am worried that the 5 great God Emperors, plundering the resources of the God realm and the 9 major starfields is not enough, and will eventually reach out to the Dragon realm. Right now, the Dragon realm has few talents, and there is not a single God Emperor. If the 5 great God Emperors come to invade, how can we resist?" Ji Tianxing finally understood his worries and apprehensions. Peak God King experts often need thousands or tens of thousands of years to cultivate one. Right now, the Dragon realm only has a dozen or so peak God Kings, and one dead is one less. So, even if the Golden Crow clan chief and Lu Wu clan chief wanted to kill you and snatch your Dragon Emperor position, you are unwilling to kill them? Long Yen didn't speak, and nodded to show that he admitted it. Ji Tianxing smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You're quite enlightened, aren't you? The Golden Crow and Lu Wu, those two idiots, only care about your Dragon Emperor position. And you have already set your sights on the entire Dragon Realm, the God Realm and the starry skies. Compared to you, those two idiots are simply frogs at the bottom of a well. Long Yen only smiled at Ji Tianxing's praise and didn't feel proud at all. Both of them were silent. After a moment, Ji Tianxing still couldn't help but ask, what exactly is that foggy star you saw? Chapter 3882. That gray fog star is a mystery. Long Yen pondered for a moment, then sighed with a complicated tone. Although it looks like an incomparably huge star, several times larger than the Dragon Realm. But I always felt that it was just a ball of air condensed from endless gray fog. Now that I think about it, I always felt that it was more like a vortex. Vortex? Ji Tianxing narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, is it similar to a black hole? Long Yen thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head and said, there doesn't seem to be any similarities. When I was closest to that gray fog, I was only about 100,000 kilometers away. At that time, I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't dare to release my divine sense. Otherwise, I would definitely have used my divine sense to investigate what was inside the gray fog. That gray fog was very strange. I was so close, but I didn't feel any divine power or spatial energy. I didn't feel any danger or threat from it, but those 5 god emperors and thousands of experts spent so many resources and set up a powerful array, but they still couldn't do anything to that gray fog. In short, it was too strange. Ji Tianxing thought for a moment, then asked again, you mean to say that the 5 god emperors spent so much manpower and resources, and even spent hundreds of years, just to break through that fog? Should be. Long Yan's tone was uncertain. At that time, I didn't have time to carefully observe it before that female god emperor discovered it. Who knows if they want to break through the fog, or absorb it and refine it? If there's a chance in the future, let's make a trip there and observe it properly. Maybe we'll understand. Of course we'll go. Ji Tianxing nodded and said in a certain tone. He was very clear in his heart that for the 5 god emperors to spend hundreds of years and use countless cultivation resources, that foggy star was definitely not simple. Furthermore, that foggy star was related to the god emperor realm, and was very likely the world's greatest secret and treasure. Let's talk about this later. Long Yen collected his thoughts and said with a chuckle, our top priority right now is to solve the problem in front of us. Once the situation on the Crimson Dragon continent stabilizes, I'll accompany you to the outer realms to investigate. Okay, then it's a deal. Ji Tianxing also revealed a smile and reached out to bump fists with him. You go to the south to deal with Chief Golden Crow, and I'll go to the north to deal with Chief Lu Wu. We'll contact each other and set a time to act. You are going to deal with Lu Wu? Long Yen furrowed his brows and repeatedly waved his hand as he said, no way, no way. Lu Wu has too many divine king powerhouses by his side. This guy is the most cunning. You should go to the south to deal with the Golden Crow. He has fewer god king experts under him. Leave Lu Wu to me. I have a better understanding of him. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and indifferently said, Lu Wu doesn't know that I've come and isn't on guard against me. His attention is entirely on you. Moreover, while I can focus on assassinating Lu Wu, you have to divide your attention to control the overall situation and arrange so many affairs. Most importantly, I have a supreme king-level divine artifact, and you don't. Therefore, I'll go deal with Lu Wu, and you go deal with the Golden Crow. Don't argue. Long Yen grinned. Brother, it's true that I didn't have a supreme divine artifact in the past, but don't forget that I've been active in the outer realms for hundreds of years. Big Brother was lucky and obtained an opportunity in the Dubhe Star Zone. After going through many dangers, he picked up a few fragments of ancient divine artifacts. I spent more than 300 years refining those divine artifact fragments and more than 300 stars. I already have a supreme divine artifact. As he spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a beam of fire. He took out a pair of blood-red gloves covered in dragon scales. This pair of gloves looked ancient and weathered. They were covered in dragon scales and blood patterns. The 10 fingers were as sharp as knives, and there were 6 spikes on the back of the hands. They emitted a terrifying killing intent. He put on this pair of dark red gloves and showed them to Ji Tianxing. He said with a smile, "I've named them the Blood Flame Gloves. What do you think? Aren't they very strong?" Ji Tianxing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Long Yen proudly showing off the gloves he had made. He didn't have the demeanor and dignity of an expert at all. To be honest, this name isn't domineering at all. It's better to call it the Bloody Slaughter God Fist or the Flame Dragon Fist. Long Yen pursed his lips. The name you came up with is too vulgar. This kind of domineering-sounding name has long been used by everyone. I think the Blood Flame Gloves are very good. It doesn't sound ostentatious and is very simple. Fine. In any case, it's yours. You have the final say. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and didn't argue with him about the name of the gloves. The plan remains the same. I'll deal with Lu Wu, and you deal with the Golden Crow. Long Yen immediately frowned and said with some displeasure, "I've been talking for half a day, but it's all in vain? No, you're here to help me. I can't let you take the risk." "Less nonsense. Give me Lu Wu's information and whereabouts." Ji Tianxing didn't want to waste words with him and directly stretched out his hand to ask for the information. Long Yen still wanted to persuade him a little more, but seeing his firm attitude, he could only give up. "Brother, between the two of us, I won't say thank you. I'll remember this favor. You must be careful. Don't underestimate the enemy." After saying a few words of advice in a serious tone, Long Yen took out a few jade slips and handed them to Ji Tianxing. One of the jade slips recorded Patriarch Lu Wu's information and movements, as well as his current location. The other jade slips were communication jade slips used by the two of them to communicate and discuss the plan. I'm leaving." Ji Tianxing took a few jade slips and stood up to bid farewell. He walked out of the study. "Keep my information a secret for the time being, so as to avoid Lu Wu and the Golden Crow becoming vigilant. In addition, after defeating the Golden Crow, remember to ask about my son's whereabouts." Long Yen nodded without hesitation and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Ji Tianxing waved his hand and strode out of the study, leaving behind a confident back. Long Yen stood at the door of the study, watching his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, and couldn't help but sigh. "I owed Uncle Tian Long so many favors back then, but I never had the chance to repay them. I originally wanted to repay all the favors to Long Tian, but I didn't think that before I even helped him, I would owe him such a big favor. This debt is becoming more and more difficult to settle. When will I be able to repay it?" After muttering to himself, he turned and returned to the study. He quickly dealt with a few government affairs, and then ordered a few of his trusted ministers to arrange the next plan. He was going to personally head to the south to deal with the Golden Crow Patriarch. His trusted ministers needed someone to guard the divine fire grotto heaven and help him preside over the overall situation. Someone also needed to rush to the front lines to command the army and wait for his orders and movements. Just as Ji Tianxing said, Ji Tianxing was alone and could come and go as he pleased. He could deal with Lu Wu without any distractions. But he, the Crimson Dragon Emperor, was burdened with affairs and exhausted. Chapter 3883. After leaving the divine fire grotto heaven, the burial of heaven rushed north as fast as lightning. As usual, the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda was placed in the Sword World while Ji Tianxing remained in the distorted spacetime. He first spent several hours looking through the jade slip that Long Yen had given him to understand Patriarch Lu Wu's whereabouts. The information that Long Yen had given him was extremely detailed. Not only did it introduce Patriarch Lu Wu, but it also included his height, appearance, temperament, activities, hobbies, and common phrases. It also introduced Patriarch Lu Wu's trusted aides, family members, and every god king under his command. There were more than 150 noteworthy god kings, and all of them had relatively detailed information. After reading through the information, Ji Tianxing had a detailed understanding of Patriarch Lu Wu and the Lu Wu race. He had never been to the Luwu race or seen any of the Luwu race's god kings. But now, as long as one of Luwu's god kings appeared in front of him, he would not be mistaken. Heavenly Rainbow Zone, Purple Cloud Grotto Heaven. Ji Tianxing silently muttered as he used his divine sense to tell the burial of heaven where his target was. The burial of heaven continued north as he began to meditate and cultivate. In the past few years, besides cultivating the heaven-punishing divine art, he had spent most of his time in seclusion refining Patriarch Xianxia's invincible golden body. This supreme quality king-level divine artifact was not like the primal chaos bell, a divine artifact from the ancient era. At the end of the ancient era, Patriarch Xianxia had sacrificed his life and tens of thousands of years of cultivation to use a supreme secret art to forcefully refine this divine artifact. In other words, Patriarch Xianxia had refined himself into a divine artifact. It was said that he had even sacrificed 100 Xianxia elites and 1,000 divine lord experts. It was precisely because of this that the golden body of Xianxia could become a supreme quality king-level divine artifact. Ji Tianxing did not know what had happened at the end of the ancient era to make Patriarch Xianxia make such a decision, but he was sure that it had to do with the wrath of heaven and the Sin race. The reason why Patriarch Xianxia made such a huge sacrifice was most likely to protect the Xianxia clan. However, Patriarch Xianxia would never have expected that the Xianxia clan would inevitably wither and decline after 30,000 years. Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion for several years, and most of his energy was spent on refining the indestructible golden body. Now, he had basically mastered the indestructible golden body, and the refining progress had reached 80%. He continued to circulate and refine it while the burial of heaven rushed to the heavenly rainbow region, and he only hoped to be able to completely control this treasure as soon as possible. The Divine Fire Cave was located in the center of the Crimson Dragon continent. The heavenly rainbow region was located in the north of the continent, and there were 13 regions between the two regions. The Sword of Burial of Heaven maintained its normal speed and deliberately concealed its whereabouts and aura. No one discovered it along the way. By the time it reached the heavenly rainbow region and approached the Purple Cloud Grotto, 7 days had already passed. At this moment, Ji Tianxing had already been cultivating in the distorted spacetime for close to a year. He had completely refined the indestructible golden body. He could control it as he wished, and he could also unleash its full power. He was now completely confident in assassinating Patriarch Luwu. Swish! In the middle of the night, the Sword of Burial of Heaven arrived outside the Purple Cloud Grotto. It stopped in the pitch-black night sky, hidden in the thick dark clouds. This place was a mountain range with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Lush green peaks stood tall. Countless deep valleys and mountain peaks were surrounded by clouds and mist. It was an otherworldly sight. In the central region of the mountain range, there was a massive mountain peak with a radius of 5,000 miles. It was the place where the spirit chi of this mountain range gathered. This mountain peak was surrounded by endless clouds and mist, and the mountain peak was also hidden in the sea of clouds. Every day, when the sun shone, the slowly flowing clouds would turn into a purple glow, appearing especially mysterious and magnificent. As a result, this massive mountain peak that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall was also called Purple Cloud Peak. And the entrance to the Purple Cloud Grotto was at the peak of Purple Cloud Peak. The mountain peak hidden in the sea of clouds had been flattened by a god king expert using a divine ability. It had a radius of 200 miles. The wide flat ground was paved with green jade slabs, forming a massive plaza. In the middle of the plaza was a massive sacrificial altar. It had a radius of 5,000 miles and was thousands of feet tall. The sacrificial altar was made of countless god stones, precious jade, and formation materials. It was constantly in operation, shining with a dense divine light. Above the sacrificial altar, there was a blinding white light door that was hundreds of feet tall. That was the entrance to the Purple Cloud Grotto. Without a doubt, there were many guards around the sacrificial altar. There were more than 100 people, all of whom were upper divine lords. The 2 guard commanders leading them were even middle divine king experts. As expected of the number 1 faction in the Crimson Dragon continent, The number and strength of the guards are actually on par with the Divine Fire Grotto. One can imagine how many experts and experts clan leader Lu Wu has under his command. No wonder Long Yan sees him as a formidable opponent. Ji Tianxing, who was observing in the dark, could not help but sigh. With his strength and methods, it would not be difficult for him to forcefully break through the light door and enter the Purple Cloud Grotto. But it was definitely not the best choice. He waited patiently, looking for a chance to sneak into the Purple Cloud Grotto. Now that the war is imminent, the Purple Cloud Grotto will definitely not be sealed. There will definitely be many people coming in and out. He was sure of this, so he was not anxious at all. As expected, Ji Tianxing had only waited for an hour when he sensed a few experts approaching at high speed. The team came from the northeast. There were a total of 5 people. 4 of them were lower divine kings. The leader was a middle divine king of the 6th degree. Looking at the clothes and aura of the 5 divine kings, they should be the masters of a region or the leaders of a faction. The 5 of them hurried straight to the Purple Cloud Peak. The 5 of them only used 10 breaths to travel 80,000 miles and arrived at the peak of the Purple Cloud Peak. Swoosh, swoosh. The group flew to the center of the square and stopped outside the blinding white light door. The 2 Divine King Guard commanders quickly went up to check their identities and asked for their purpose. "For you, please state your purpose." Hearing the guard commander's question, the leading purple-robed Divine King quickly cupped his hands and answered, "I am the master of the region. One of the 4 Divine Kings beside me is my assistant. The other 3 are the experts of the region, the leaders of a few major sections. We are under the orders of Patriarch Lu Wu to gather the elites under our command. There are a total of 500 experts and they are on standby 100,000 miles away. We are here on orders to meet Patriarch Lu Wu and listen to his instructions." After stating his identity and purpose, the master of the region took out a golden token with a special shape and handed it to the guard commander. "This is the master of the region, please take a look." The guard commander of course knew that the war was imminent. The Patriarch had been mobilizing troops and gathering countless experts to rush to the front line. Since he knew the identity and purpose of the other party, he naturally would not stop them. After checking the master of the region according to the rules, the guard commander ordered the grotto entrance to be opened and waved his hand to let them pass. The master of the region took back the master of the region and led the 4 divine kings to the blinding white light door. No one noticed that an invisible dust fell from the sky and stuck to the robe of a divine king. Chapter 3884. Region Lord Kong Wen and the others successfully entered Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven. Ji Tianxing, who had turned into invisible dust, also entered without anyone noticing. Back then, Ji Tianxing had used this move to infiltrate Xuanji Grotto Heaven. Unless there was a peak divine king watching from the side, no one could discover or stop him. Now that Ji Tianxing was using the same trick again, it naturally went very smoothly. Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven was very vast, more than 1,000,000 miles wide, twice the size of Divine Flame Grotto Heaven. However, this Grotto Heaven was not as magnificent and mysterious as Divine Flame Grotto Heaven. Within the vast Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven, there were mountains, rivers, grasslands, forests, and lakes. It was a beautiful sight. Needless to say, there was abundant divine power. There were about 100,000 people living here. Only 10,000 of them were disciples of the Lu Wu clan. The other 90,000 were elites selected from the various Yao clans. There were young and beautiful women from the Fox clan, the Raccoon clan, and the Wolf clan who were responsible for serving the Lu Wu clan disciples. There were powerful and tenacious experts from the Wolf clan, the Leopard clan, the Bear clan, the Tiger clan, and other such clans who were the guards and servants of Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven. There were also many capable and hard-working experts from various clans who managed the herb and beast gardens within the Grotto Heaven. There were also countless craftsmen who built palaces, pavilions, formations, and weapons in the Grotto Heaven. All in all, Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven was very prosperous and prosperous. Ji Tianxing possessed the body of a divine king and followed him into the depths of the Grotto Heaven. Everything he saw and heard along the way made him feel extremely threatened. Of course, this threat was not directed at him, but at Long Yen and Divine Flame Grotto Heaven. He could see that the Lu Wu clan, which had not been punished by the heavens, had already developed to a very powerful state. Moreover, the Lu Wu clan was very ambitious and had schemed to increase their power in all aspects. Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven had already been made into a tightly knit kingdom with strict rules. Thus, the 36 desires of the north controlled by the Lu Wu clan must also be very strong and solid. If he had not come to the Crimson Dragon continent in time to help Long Yen, the outcome of this war would have been uncertain. Although I promised Long Yen that I would not kill Patriarch Lu Wu, the Lu Wu clan is very ambitious. But the Lu Wu clan was ambitious and had made ample preparations, and their schemes were far-reaching. Even if this war could be quelled, given another 10,000 years, the Lu Wu clan would dominate the Crimson Dragon continent. At that time, the Lu Wu clan would be able to easily defeat the Dragon clan and reign supreme over the other clans. If I can't dispel the ambitions of the Lu Wu clan, I'll have no choice but to kill Patriarch Lu Wu to prevent future troubles. Long Yen had his own considerations. For the sake of the big picture, he actually pleaded for mercy for the enemy. However, Ji Tianxing was not so pedantic. He only wanted to help his brothers solve the crisis and hidden dangers. Whether Patriarch Lu Wu lives or dies will depend on his own choice. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ji Tianxing quietly left the God King's robe and landed in a courtyard. This was the core region of Violet Cloud Grotto, the Violet Cloud Divine Palace that the Lu Wu clan had meticulously built and lived in for tens of thousands of years. Of course, the Divine Palace was not a single palace. It was a group of more than 100 palaces and residences, each standing on top of 100 mountain peaks. After so many years, the God Kings of the various clans of the Dragon Realm are still so old-fashioned in their appreciation of architecture and architecture. The architectural styles of the various grotto heavens are more or less the same. They all like to move around 100 mountains and artificially create divine arrays of heaven and earth, then build palaces on top of each mountain. Just look at the grotto heavens of the God Realm. Their architecture and creativity are not so old-fashioned and conservative. Ji Tianxing couldn't help but complain about the layout of Violet Cloud Divine Palace. A few moments later, the invisible dust flew into the study of the courtyard, and Ji Tianxing returned to his original appearance. Of course, he still remained invisible and restrained his energy. Even though there was a God King in the study, sitting at a desk and handling official business, he did not sense Qin Changxing's presence. This God King of the Lu Wu clan was a middle-aged man with a thin body and dark skin. He was wearing a black robe and a luxurious jade crown. There was also a token hanging from his waist. In truth, the majority of the men of the Lu Wu clan were of this build. Judging from his clothes and accessories, he was probably an elder or deacon of the Lu Wu clan and wielded considerable authority. Ji Tianxing stared at this man's back, wondering how he should deal with him. Should he kill him or cripple him? Before entering Violet Cloud Grotto, he had only wanted to deal with Patriarch Lu Wu and heavily injure him so that war could be averted. But after entering Violet Cloud Grotto, he realized that the Lu Wu clan as a whole was very powerful and had a very deep foundation. Even if he heavily injured Patriarch Lu Wu to the point where he could not recover from his seclusion for several hundred years, it would still be useless. This was because the Lu Wu clan still had its vice-patriarch, protector, and 8 elders, as well as many deacons and elites. Even without Patriarch Lu Wu, they would still start a war to seize the throne of Dragon Emperor. Thus, Ji Tianxing changed his mind. He not only wanted to deal with Patriarch Lu Wu, but also cripple the upper echelon experts of the Lu Wu clan. Any God King of the Lu Wu clan who had the authority to make decisions was on the list of targets. However, whether to kill or cripple him, it was worth considering again. Ji Tianxing silently walked up behind the black-robed man, glanced at the book on the table, and understood what was going on. This was a deacon who wielded real power and commanded several hundred elite experts. He was responsible for patrolling Violet Cloud Grotto and carrying out assassinations for the Lu Wu clan. At this moment, The deacon was dealing with scrolls and documents, all of which were battle reports sent back from the front lines. This person was currently mobilizing his experts to infiltrate Long Yen territory and capture and kidnap the common people. Since this was the case, Ji Tianxing immediately struck, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as he thrust them at the deacon's head. The deacon was frowning in thought, so he was completely unprepared for someone to sneak into his study and attack him from behind. By the time he realized the danger and sensed death approaching, it was already too late to react. Buzz! A vast and irresistible soul energy burst out of Ji Tianxing's fingers, piercing through the deacon's head and into his mind. His godhead was instantly crushed, soundlessly shattering into 16 pieces, and his sea of consciousness also became chaotic. Just like that, this second-level God King Deacon died on the spot without any external wounds. Ji Tianxing pressed his palm against the deacon's head and exerted a suction force that pulled out the 16 godhead fragments. After putting the godhead fragments into his spatial ring, he silently left the study and went to the neighboring palace to find his next target. Even after he left, the deacon remained seated in front of the desk, his body stiff and motionless. Chapter 3885. In the neighboring palace, there were more than 100 god lords and one lower god king. The god lords were patrolling guards while the god king was the guard captain. Violet Cloud Grotto had 5,000 guards. 100 people formed a team under the command of the guard captain. 1,000 people formed a camp under the command of the guard captain. Ji Tianxing did not waste time dealing with the ordinary guards. He snuck into the guard captain's secret chamber and knocked him unconscious while he was still cultivating. Not only would this captain be unconscious for half a month, his injuries were so severe that he would not be able to fight again. He would need 10-some years to recover. Ji Tianxing only needed 10 seconds to complete his mission and stealthily leave the palace without anyone noticing. He then made his way to another mountain and continued to assassinate the god kings of the Luwu race. Unfortunately, Patriarch Luwu had more than 100 god kings under his command, but only 30-some remained in Violet Cloud Grotto. Of the other 120 god kings, 80% had gone to the front lines to lead the army. The 30-some god kings left in Violet Cloud Grotto were basically logistics personnel. Although they were not fighting, they were responsible for various matters, such as providing information, intelligence, and the mobilization of soldiers and weapons for the army on the front lines. To put it simply, these 30-some god kings were very important. They were a powerful guarantee for the Luwu race to win the war. Upon discovering this, Ji Tianxing no longer felt burdened, and he began to strike again and again. In a short 4 hours he had assassinated 23 god kings consecutively and seized their godhead fragments. Although the god kings he had assassinated were all lower and middle god kings, their godhead fragments might not contain much energy or divine Dao laws. But no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. If he wanted to return to his peak as quickly as possible, he would not mind. The god kings on the periphery have all been cleaned up. The 10-some god kings I need to deal with are all near Violet Cloud Divine Hall. Most of them are the elders and protectors of the Luwu race. Violet Cloud Divine Hall was the core of Violet Cloud Divine Palace and also the residence of Patriarch Luwu. The conference hall was also located there. Naturally, this place was also the most heavily guarded. Ji Tianxing flew through the air, heading for a mountain near Violet Cloud Divine Hall. He looked down from the sky and found that all the mountains were very calm. There was nothing unusual. As it turned out, no one had discovered that the god kings had been assassinated. Swish! A moment later, Ji Tianxing landed on the target mountain. He quietly avoided the guards and snuck into the depths of the palace. He quickly discovered that the god king who lived in the palace was cultivating in a secret room. This person was a purple-haired old man from the Luwu clan. His strength had reached the 8th level of the god king realm. When Ji Tianxing snuck into the secret room and saw the person's figure and face, combined with the aura of the person's divine power, he guessed the person's identity. The Grand Elder of the Luwu clan was a veteran expert who had cultivated for more than 20,000 years, and his foundation was extremely deep. This is a huge problem. We must get rid of him. This thought flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind as he quietly approached the purple-haired old man. Unexpectedly, just as he flew behind the purple-haired old man, the purple-haired old man was already on guard and hurriedly stopped his cultivation. Since the other party had already been alerted, Ji Tianxing no longer hesitated and attacked as fast as lightning. Heaven-piercing finger. Ji Tianxing circulated all his energy and thrust the index and middle fingers of his right hand at the back of the purple-haired old man's head. At the same time, the purple-haired old man opened his eyes. His dark brown pupils flashed with cold light. Without hesitation or turning his head, he used instant movement to flee toward the door of the secret room. However, Ji Tianxing's speed was even faster than his, and he stuck close to him like a shadow. The purple-haired old man raised his palms and prepared to undo the defensive divine array and open the door. Kacha! With a crisp shattering sound, Ji Tianxing's two fingers struck the back of the old man's head. The bones at the back of the old man's head shattered, and an extremely sharp divine soul energy surged into the old man's sea of consciousness and struck his godhead. The purple-haired old man felt his mind explode, and then his vision went black and he lost consciousness. In truth, his godhead had already shattered, and his sea of consciousness was in chaos. The purple-haired old man's body fell to the ground powerlessly, and he no longer made a sound. Ji Tianxing pressed his palm on the old man's head and circulated his energy to absorb more than a dozen godhead fragments. He put away the godhead fragments, quietly left the secret room, and continued to rush to the next mountain peak. However, the two guards outside the door of the secret room frowned as they vaguely sensed something unusual. Something seemed to have happened just now? I heard a little too. I thought I was hallucinating. There was a fluctuation of divine power in the secret room. It disappeared in a flash, and it seemed to be very powerful. Could it be that the Grand Elder is trying to break through a bottleneck? I don't know. Should we knock on the door and ask? It's not good to disturb the Grand Elder at this time, right? But I still feel that something is wrong. What if there is something wrong? Then, should we try? The two guards outside the secret room discussed for a while, and then they mustered up the courage to knock on the door and ask the Grand Elder in the secret room if something was wrong. The result was obvious. The two of them knocked on the door several times, but there was no response from the secret room. The two of them found it increasingly strange and began to worry. However, the secret room was protected by a defensive divine array, so the two of them could not open it. The two of them discussed for a while more before deciding that one of them would report this matter to the Vice-Patriarch and have him make the decision. As for Patriarch Lu Wu, he was currently in a meeting to discuss important military matters. The two of them did not dare to disturb him. Ji Tianxing searched through 3 mountains in a row, but he discovered that there were only divine lord guards and experts in the palaces and courtyards. There were no god kings. According to the information he knew, there were 5 god kings living in these 3 mountains. 3 of them were elders of the Luwu race and 2 were deacons. Even though some of the elders and deacons had already left Violet Cloud Grotto to lead troops on the front lines, these 3 mountains should not be empty. But there was no reason for these 3 mountains to be empty. He vaguely sensed that these elders and deacons had either been summoned by Patriarch Lu Wu for a meeting, or his assassination attempt had been exposed and these people were on guard. I hope that they've only been summoned for a meeting and haven't noticed anything strange. At the very least, I can kill a few more elders and protectors before I'm exposed. With this thought in mind, Ji Tianxing continued to rush to the other mountains and palaces. However, when he snuck into 2 more mountains, he found nothing. Confused, he took the risk of being discovered by Patriarch Lu Wu and used his divine sense to investigate the situation in Violet Cloud Divine Hall. The result was just as he expected. 10 some god kings were currently in Violet Cloud Divine Hall, discussing important military matters. There were 5 elders and 2 protectors, as well as Region Lord Kong Wen and the others, who were all present in the main hall. The white-haired elder seated on the throne at the head was none other than Patriarch Lu Wu. Chapter 3886. As expected, they are having a meeting. No wonder they are not in their respective residences. More than 10 God King experts have gathered together. This is going to be difficult. Ji Tianxing observed carefully and could not help but frown. Fortunately, 3 elders and a large number of deacons had been sent to the front lines to fight. Now that Purple Cloud Paradise's power was empty, Ji Tianxing's operation was so smooth. If it was like usual, with more than 60 God Kings staying in the paradise for a long time, he would definitely have to plan and be more careful. Forget it, let's wait patiently. When they are done with the meeting, those elders and protectors will definitely disperse. At least, Region Lord Kong Wen and the 4 God Kings will leave. At that time, I will find a chance to act. With this thought in mind, Ji Tianxing made up his mind to wait patiently for an opportunity. In order to not be discovered by Patriarch Lu Wu, he prepared to withdraw his divine sense and stop investigating the situation in Purple Cloud Temple. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, a 9th stage Realm Divine King expert suddenly flew over from a mountain peak far away, rushing towards the Purple Cloud Divine Palace in a hurry. It was a purple-haired old man from the Lu Wu clan. He was dressed in a noble golden robe and wore a luxurious divine crown. When Ji Tianxing saw his figure and face, he confirmed this person's identity. He was the deputy patriarch of the Lu Wu clan. The deputy patriarch's face was gloomy and his brows were filled with anger. He flew into Purple Cloud Temple in a hurry. Seeing his appearance, Ji Tianxing's heart thumped. He could not help but think, that old man is so flustered. Could it be that something big has happened at the front lines? No, Long Yen has gone to the south to deal with the Golden Crow clan leader. There shouldn't be any big movements. Then there is only one possibility. He has discovered that many God Kings have been assassinated. I have been exposed. Therefore, Ji Tianxing continued to use his divine sense to investigate the situation in Purple Cloud Temple. After the deputy patriarch rushed into the main hall, he interrupted the discussion and flew to Patriarch Lu Wu's side and transmitted something. Patriarch Lu Wu, who was also dressed in a golden robe and wearing a crown, had a confident expression on his face. After hearing the Vice Patriarch's voice transmission, his face changed on the spot. His expression and eyes became serious, and his whole body was filled with majesty and killing intent. The 10-some God Kings in the hall could sense the change in Patriarch Lu Wu's aura, and they became nervous. At this moment, Patriarch Lu Wu ordered in a low voice, "Assassins have sneaked in and assassinated several deacons. Immediately seal the grotto heaven and be on full alert. Search for the assassins." The God Kings in the hall were all trusted subordinates of Patriarch Lu Wu, so he did not hide anything and directly told them the truth. The God Kings immediately became filled with disbelief when they heard that. They could not help but cry out as they discussed with one another. What? Someone actually dared to sneak into Purple Cloud Grotto? Who dares to assassinate a deacon of my clan? Who is so audacious? Are they tired of living? The deacons who were assassinated were all at the Divine King realm, but they didn't send out any warning or distress signal. It seems that the assassin is very powerful. It must be someone from the Divine Fire Paradise. That despicable and shameless scum Long Yen actually used such a despicable method. Seeing that the crowd was still discussing, Patriarch Lu Wu ordered with a gloomy expression, "What are you standing around for? Go and pass down the order." Only then did the elders and 2 protectors come back to their senses. They hurriedly left Purple Cloud Divine Hall to pass down the order and carry out the mission. Only Region Lord Kong Wen and the 4 God Kings he had brought remained in the hall, not knowing what to do. After all, they were experts of the Region Lord Kong Wen and did not work in Purple Cloud Grotto. Even if they needed to pass down the order and search, it would not be up to them. However, Region Lord Kong Wen was extremely shrewd. He still bowed and asked, "Patriarch, what do you need us to do? Please tell us." Patriarch Lu Wu said expressionlessly, "You don't need to do anything. Just wait here for news." Region Lord Kong Wen immediately understood and bowed. "Patriarch, please be at ease. The elders and protectors are all shrewd and capable people. They will definitely be able to find the assassin very quickly. When the time comes, This subordinate will capture the assassin for you to deal with. Patriarch Lu Wu did not say anything. He only nodded in satisfaction. The hall fell into silence. Patriarch Lu Wu was indeed able to keep his composure. He closed his eyes and waited patiently for news. The vice-patriarch, however, was not so shrewd. He anxiously paced around twice before saying, "Patriarch, this old man will personally go and search." Although this old man only discovered that 4 deacons were killed, this old man has a premonition that these are not the only ones who were killed. The assassin's strength is most likely among the top god kings. Patriarch Lu Wu nodded slightly and waved his hand. "You can go." The vice-patriarch did not say anything else. He quickly left the hall and flew to a distant mountain. Ji Tianxing had been observing the situation in the hall the entire time. Seeing Patriarch Lu Wu so calm, he could not help but think, this old man can keep his composure. As expected of a peak god king who has cultivated for more than 20,000 years. I'll probably have to expend some effort to deal with him later. Thinking of this, he quietly withdrew his divine sense and began to investigate the situation in the surrounding mountains. He quickly discovered that the dozens of mountains in the surrounding area had entered a state of alert. Almost all the guards had been awakened. They formed groups and flew into the sky, guarding the various mountains while paying close attention to the situation in the surroundings. There were also groups of guards, led by God King experts, rapidly searching the palaces and residences of the various mountains for the assassin. The 5 elders and 2 protectors had split up, each leading a group of elite guards as they searched the area. The vice-patriarch moved alone as well. He constantly found the corpses of God King experts from the various peaks. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing silently rushed over and continued his assassination. 30 breaths later, he flew to the peak of a mountain and silently approached an elder. He ignored the close to 100 guards behind the elder and brazenly attacked. Swish! In the seemingly calm and empty sky, a resplendent golden sword light suddenly appeared and slashed down from above the elder's head. The purple-robed elder sensed that something was wrong. Shocked, he teleported to dodge, but he failed to do so. Kaboom! With a loud explosion, the purple-robed elder was sliced into pieces by the golden sword light in front of everyone's eyes. He died without a complete corpse. The 100 or so guards were scared out of their wits as they watched the flesh and blood fly through the air, their hearts filled with fear. How was this an assassination? This was an open and honorable murder. At the same time, the elders, protectors, and guard captains who were searching the surrounding mountains also saw the gruesome death of the elder. Filled with rage, they charged over without hesitation, using all sorts of divine abilities to search for the assassin. But Ji Tianxing had already teleported away after stabbing with his sword, hiding 10,000 li away. While everyone was panicking, he killed a guard captain in one strike in the sky thousands of miles away. But this time, he was targeted by Patriarch Lu Wu, who had hurriedly rushed over. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 3887. When Ji Tianxing insta-killed that elder, not only did he alarm the surrounding god kings and guards, he also alarmed Patriarch Lu Wu in Violet Cloud Divine Hall. Patriarch Lu Wu seemed very calm and composed, sitting in the hall with his eyes closed as he waited for news. But in reality, he had already released his divine sense to cover an area of 90,000 li in order to monitor his surroundings. When Ji Tianxing assassinated that elder, Patriarch Lu Wu had already begun to track his energy and instant movement away from Violet Cloud Divine Hall. But when Ji Tianxing killed another guard captain, Patriarch Lu Wu had already arrived above the mountains and was only 10,000 li away from Ji Tianxing. Patriarch Lu Wu's secret art had not been able to see through Ji Tianxing's concealment. But his divine sense had already locked onto Ji Tianxing's soul energy and determined his general location. 9 suns seal the heavens. Patriarch Lu Wu did not attack Ji Tianxing. Instead, he used his supreme technique to seal off an area of 30,000 li whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. With a furious roar, he unleashed his boundless divine power, and 9 dazzling suns appeared in the sky. The 9 suns fell from the sky and scattered around him. Thwish, thwish, thwish. Suddenly, divine light shot out from the sky and condensed into a huge net of light between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a sealing array was formed. The dazzling golden sealing array suppressed an area of 30,000 li, enveloping several dozen mountains and more than 3,000 people. Although the elders, protectors, deacons, and more than 3,000 guards were unable to leave the golden array, they did not panic. However, they did not panic. They quickly gathered together and divided into more than 20 teams, vigilantly searching the surroundings. As for the 1,000-some guards and god kings outside the array, they were temporarily unable to enter. All they could do was silently pray that their patriarch could kill the assassin as quickly as possible. Audacious thief, you dare to come to Violet Cloud Cave to assassinate Xianxia? You must be tired of living. Patriarch Lu Wu stood proudly in the sky, his hands held behind his back as he angrily roared. I've already laid down the 9 suns heaven sealing grand formation, and everything within a radius of 15,000 kilometers has been suppressed. You have nowhere to run, so surrender yourself. Patriarch Lu Wu was dignified, domineering, and extremely confident. The 3,000 guards and the many god kings were greatly reassured as they scanned the surroundings with cold gazes. In their opinion, with the Lord Patriarch personally taking action, that assassin would definitely not be able to escape. He would be captured and executed immediately. But even as Patriarch Lu Wu's voice echoed through the world, the assassin was nowhere to be seen. At this time, the deputy patriarch hurriedly flew to the patriarch's side and reported with a grave expression, "Patriarch, things are not good. A total of over 20 god kings were assassinated. Even the Grand Elder was killed. This old man opened the Great Elder's secret chamber just now and saw his corpse. He was killed in a single move. Furthermore, the guards guarding the entrance only sensed that something was amiss, but they didn't hear any sounds of fighting. This shows that the assassin is at least a 9th heaven realm god king." Patriarch Lu Wu immediately frowned, his face turning rather unsightly, and his eyes flashed with shock. Even the Grand Elder was unable to resist and was killed in a single move? A 9th heaven realm god king. Only the Blazing Dragon King by Long Yan's side has such strength. The deputy patriarch immediately frowned and asked with a heart full of doubts, "But the Blazing Dragon King is the commander of the army and has always been on the front line. This old man just received news from the front line that the Blazing Dragon King is preparing for war, and I even saw his figure." Patriarch Lu Wu also frowned and his expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "If it's not the Blazing Dragon King, could it be that the Long Yan came personally? How could he be so daring as to sneak into Purple Cloud Grotto to assassinate our experts?" The deputy patriarch squinted his eyes and a chilling light flashed past his eyes. He grinned coldly and said, If it's really the Long Yan who came personally, then he's courting death. We can join forces to kill him and this war will end. The Divine Flame Grotto will collapse on its own." Patriarch Lu Wu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I also hope that it's true. But based on my understanding of the Long Yan, he definitely doesn't have the courage to do so. If it's not the Long Yan, then who else could it be?" The deputy patriarch was instantly confused. Just as the two of them were discussing in a low voice, at the edge of the sealing array, above a mountain, a dazzling sword light lit up again. Swoosh! The 1,000-foot-long golden sword light struck one of the deacons like a thunderbolt. The deacon, who was at the 3rd heaven realm, didn't even have time to scream before he was slashed into pieces by the sword light. His blood splattered everywhere. The 20 or so guards who were closer to him were also killed by the golden dragon sword light. Inside the sealing formation, more than 3,000 people looked at the rain of blood in the sky. They were all shocked and furious. No one could have imagined that the assassin, who had been sealed in the array and had nowhere to run, would not only not flee for his life, he would even try to assassinate them. In particular, the assassin had killed 20-some people in a single blow right in front of Patriarch Lu Wu and the 3,000-some people. This was an absolute provocation and humiliation. The assassin had lost his mind and was so arrogant that he didn't even care about the Lu Wu clan. How could the 3,000-some people accept this? All of them were burning with rage, their bodies bursting with killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to tear the assassin to pieces. However, no one could find any trace of the assassin, nor could they detect his aura. Only Patriarch Lu Wu's face grew darker and darker. He closed his eyes and circulated all the energy he had accumulated in his life, using a supreme divine ability. His spiritual sense and sixth senses were pushed to their limits. Not even a speck of dust within a radius of 30,000 li could escape his notice. He had even searched several layers of alternate dimensions to track down the assassin's aura. If he had searched a radius of 90,000 li, his perception would have been greatly reduced. 30,000 li was the range in which his perception was at its strongest. If Ji Tianxing had continued to hide and conceal his aura, he might not have been able to find him. But Ji Tianxing was not willing to waste time. While the crowd was in a frenzy, he silently moved to the air above another mountain. This was a Lu Wu clan elder. He was surrounded by nearly 100 divine lord guards, all of them seething with righteous indignation and killing intent. Burial of Heaven's Sword. While everyone was focused on Patriarch Lu Wu, Ji Tianxing decisively attacked, stabbing with his sword from 1,000 feet behind the elder. A pitch-black sword light, imbued with the cold energy of death, pierced through the crowd and accurately struck the elder. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the elder's body exploded, and blood rained down from the sky. The 10-some guards around him were also struck by the aftershocks of the burial of Heaven's Sword, their bodies obliterated. At this moment, Patriarch Lu Wu suddenly opened his eyes, which exploded with dazzling golden light. "Thief, die!" Patriarch Lu Wu angrily roared, his hands unleashing several dozen golden blades of light that shot toward Ji Tianxing. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 3888. The golden blades released by Patriarch Lu Wu were all locked onto Ji Tianxing's soul. Dozens of golden light blades scattered and shot out from all directions, forming a huge sword net. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the golden sword net formed by more than 70 sword lights sealed off the area within a radius of 5 kilometers, confining the space. Every sword light released a sharp sword chi, as well as a powerful spatial divine power. This was the spatial ability that Patriarch Lu Wu was most proficient in. He believed that the assassin had been sealed by the net of swords and would not be able to assassinate anyone else. Even a peak god king would not be able to escape, let alone a ninth heaven realm assassin. Reality proved that Patriarch Lu Wu's reputation was not undeserved. After killing that elder, Ji Tianxing did not have the time to escape before he was sealed by the net of swords. Even though the incomparably sharp sword chi and spatial energy could not harm him, he was still able to break through the net of swords. However, he couldn't easily break through the sword net, so naturally he couldn't assassinate anyone else. "Everyone hear my order. Immediately form a battle array and work together to suppress the assassin and force him to reveal himself." Patriarch Lu Wu walked majestically through the air, arriving outside the net of swords as he issued the order in a dignified voice. Some of the panicked and doubtful Lu Wu clan guards and elders began to move. Not long after, more than 3,000 people surrounded the golden light sword net, forming an encirclement. 14 god kings were in the innermost circle while more than 3,200 god lords were in the outer circle. The 5 divine kings, including Region Lord Kongwen, also took out their divine weapons and stared covetously at the assassins in the sword net. "Listen to this seat's order. Work together." Patriarch Lu Wu ordered, directing the 7 god kings and god lords to release their divine power and pour it into the net of swords. Instantly, the net of swords became even more dazzling, and the sword chi and divine power became even more berserk. Fortunately, this was only a net of swords formed from a divine ability and not a divine array. Even if everyone poured in their divine power, they could only double the might of the net. If it was a divine array, its might would be several times stronger, and Ji Tianxing would be in trouble. Gotcha. Following a burst of golden light, The space within 5 kilometers of the sword net was sliced into pieces, emitting a series of crisp sounds. Ji Tianxing, who remained invisible, was casting a spell to break the sword net. However, his movements were obstructed, so he had no choice but to reveal himself and divert everyone's attention. Shua! In a flash of white light, Ji Tianxing appeared in the net of swords, his right hand holding the sword of burial of heaven as he indifferently stared at Patriarch Lu Wu. Patriarch Lu Wu, 14 god kings, and more than 3,000 god lords focused on him. When the crowd saw his face clearly, they were surprised and puzzled. Many people began to discuss in low voices. He's the assassin? He's so young? Is he really a 9th stage realm god king? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Is he Long Yan's subordinate? We know a lot about Long Yan and the Divine Flame Wonderland, but we have never seen this person before. As expected, everyone's attention was diverted, and even the power of the sword net was weakened. Ji Tianxing's expression did not change. His body was suffused with a sacred golden light, resisting the strangulation and suppression of the sword net. However, he was still casting a secret spell to break the golden light sword net. Patriarch Lu Wu stared at him and frowned. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What's your relationship with Long Yan?" Although he did not know Ji Tianxing, he still insisted that Ji Tianxing was sent by Long Yan. At this critical moment, only the Divine Flame Wonderland would take the risk and send someone to assassinate Tianxing in Purple Cloud Cave. The corners of Ji Tianxing's mouth curled into a sneer. Long Yan and I are sworn brothers. I've specially come to take your dog life. Several god kings and more than 3,000 god lords were enraged. They cursed, mocked, and ridiculed him. But Patriarch Lu Wu, the Vice Patriarch, and the 2 protectors all frowned and began to ponder. You're admitting it so bluntly? Patriarch Lu Wu seemed to have guessed something and sneered, but this king has never heard of Long Yan having sworn brothers. Kid, you're definitely not from the Divine Flame Wonderland. You're just trying to frame Long Yan. The human heart was sometimes so strange. If Ji Tianxing had tried to hide it, Patriarch Lu Wu and the others would have believed that he was from the Divine Flame Wonderland. However, even though he admitted it without hesitation, Patriarch Lu Wu and the 2 protectors did not believe him and believed that there was a trap. Ji Tianxing was almost amused, but he did not show it on his face. He expressionlessly said, "The war is imminent, and the Lu Wu clan wants to seize the throne of Dragon Emperor. As the sworn brother of Long Yan, this king naturally has to kill all of you delusional bastards to protect my brother's throne." The sneer on Patriarch Lu Wu's face deepened. "Ha, little beast, you think you can fool this king with your petty tricks? Stop pretending. You're not from the Divine Flame Wonderland. Based on what this king knows, the Golden Crow Patriarch of the South has a vast network of friends. He has a good brother who has never shown himself and has secretly helped him a lot. That scoundrel is you." When Patriarch Lu Wu's voice resounded through the sky, all the god kings and god lords fell silent. Everyone looked at Ji Tianxing and Patriarch Lu Wu in shock, wanting to hear what was going on. The Vice Patriarch and the 2 protectors did not change their expressions. Clearly, they already knew this secret and agreed with Patriarch Lu Wu's judgment. Ji Tianxing coldly looked at Patriarch Lu Wu and retorted, "How absurd! Everyone knows that the Golden Crow clan and the Lu Wu clan are working together to attack the Divine Flame Wonderland from the north and south. They will definitely defeat the Long Yan. The 2 clans are in a cooperative relationship, so how could the Golden Crow Patriarch send someone to assassinate you?" Patriarch Lu Wu's expression became even more contemptuous as he mocked, "Cooperative relationship? Even the yellow-haired child knows that all 3 sides are vying for the throne, so how could they possibly cooperate? The Golden Crow clan is the weakest, and they are always hoping that our clan and the Divine Flame Wonderland will both suffer losses so that they can reap the benefits. This is something that everyone knows. The war is imminent, but the situation is still in a stalemate. The Golden Crow clan is only putting on an act. Do they think this king doesn't know?" With the Golden Crow Patriarch's scheming mind, He will definitely send someone to infiltrate Violet Cloud Wonderland and assassinate our god kings and elders to frame the divine flame Wonderland. This way, in my rage, this king will launch an all-out attack. At that time, our clan and the divine flame Wonderland will both suffer losses, and the Golden Crow clan will take the opportunity to reap the benefits. Clearly, Patriarch Lu Wu had his own plans for guarding against the Golden Crow clan this entire time. Ji Tianxing only wanted to laugh when he heard this, but he also felt that Patriarch Lu Wu's guess was not without reason. Thus, he angrily roared, "So what if your analysis is thorough? More than 20 god kings under your command have already been killed by this king. Such heavy losses are enough to affect the war." Book Guest House. Chapter 3889. Do you think that the loss of more than 20 god kings will change the outcome? You are too naive and underestimate the strength of our race. Patriarch Lu Wu sneered disdainfully, his body erupting with killing intent as he roared, "You have said your last words. You can die now." As he spoke, he formed a divine seal with both hands, manipulating the net of golden swords to unleash a destructive might. Swish. Swish swish. Along with a sharp piercing sound, dozens of golden sword lights slashed toward Ji Tianxing like lightning. The 7 god kings and god lords also pushed their divine power to the limit to increase the power of the swords. Patriarch Lu Wu was confident that even a peak god king would be severely injured by this attack. However, something unexpected happened. Just as the several dozen swords were about to strike, Ji Tianxing suddenly vanished. He caught a flaw in the movement of the sword light and instantly broke the seal of the sword net, escaping from the range of the sword net. Swish. A quarter of an instant later, he had moved 10,000 miles and appeared on one side of the encirclement. The dozens of destructive sword lights missed their target and struck a towering mountain. Rumble! With an earth-shattering boom, the towering mountain that was 3,000 feet tall was reduced to rubble by the swords, sending dust into the air. The divine palace and residence on the mountain naturally turned to dust as well. At the same time, Ji Tianxing's body glowed with golden light as he activated the invincible golden body and charged at the god lords. The target he chose to attack was one of the weakest spots in the encirclement. There were no god king experts around, only 100-some god lord guards. Seeing him swinging his sword at them, the guards glared at him and used all their strength to counterattack. Imperial Tyrant Saber. Divine Ice Palm. Burning Divine Flame. Deadly 18 Swords. Wind and Rain Dragon Claw. Many of the guards used their trump cards, releasing divine light shadows that blotted out the sky and blasted towards Ji Tianxing like a torrential flood. However, Ji Tianxing didn't dodge at all. He ignored the crowd's attacks and charged forward courageously. With the invincible golden body's powerful defense, he endured all the divine arts without being injured. But when he swung his sword and unleashed sword lights that struck the crowd, blood splattered everywhere. Bam, bam, bam. Those divine Lord Realm guards were as frail as paper under the slaying of the 5-colored sword light, instantly being ground into smithereens. Blood rained down from the sky as pieces of flesh and severed limbs flew everywhere. A few miserable howls could be heard as well. Just like that, Ji Tianxing tore a hole in the encirclement under everyone's watchful eyes and rushed out as fast as lightning. Kill him. Stop him. Don't let him escape. He must be sentenced to death and dismembered into 10,000 pieces. The elders, deacons, and guards furiously roared. There was no need for Patriarch Lu Wu to give the order. All of them erupted with their greatest speed and began to pursue Ji Tianxing. Thus, the 3,000-plus people chased after Ji Tianxing and flew into the depths of the grotto heaven like a mighty flood. Ji Tianxing was not really running away. He was baiting them into pursuing him so that he could kill them quickly. If they had stayed and formed a battle formation to deal with him, he would have been doomed, no matter how strong he was. After all, Patriarch Lu Wu and the 10-some god kings were not to be trifled with. Now that they were instinctively pursuing him and were unable to form a battle formation, this was the perfect opportunity for his counterattack. Sword Rain. After just 20,000 li, Ji Tianxing swung the Sword of Burial of Heaven and used his supreme killing technique. Tens of thousands of stars instantly lit up in the sky and began to rain down like a meteor shower. These were more than 40,000 giant swords made from stars, each one 10,000 feet long and terrifyingly powerful. Before the giant swords had even landed, they had already begun to unleash a savage sword intent and suppressive energy that engulfed the 3,000 guards. The nearby Patriarch Lu Wu and the Deputy Patriarch saw that the group was pursuing Ji Tianxing and immediately realized that the situation was dire. They were just about to give the order to stop the pursuit, but it was already too late. The Patriarch Lu Wu, the Deputy Patriarch, and the two protectors grimaced at the sight of the giant swords descending from the sky and the fear on the faces of the 3,000-some guards. It's over. They've been tricked. That damned scoundrel is actually so despicable. This thought flashed through their minds, and they were filled with grief and indignation. The Deputy Patriarch and the two protectors were only Tier 8 and Tier 9 God Kings, so they couldn't stop Ji Tianxing in time. Only Patriarch Lu Wu was a peak God King. Without hesitation, he took out his twin sabers and unleashed thousands of saber glows to block the giant swords. Bang! Boom boom boom! In the next moment, several thousand saber glows infused with laws and divine power clashed with the giant swords in a thunderous boom. At least 8,000 giant swords collapsed along with the saber glows, exploding into billions of shards of divine light. However, there were still more than 30,000 giant starry swords that carried the power to destroy everything and drown the guards. Boom! With deafening booms, more than 3,100 Divine Lord Guards were obliterated by the giant swords, not even leaving behind a corpse. Blood rained down, bones and flesh scattered, and the world was filled with the thick stench of blood. It was like a scene straight out of hell. 10-some lofty mountains in a radius of 10,000 li were also obliterated by the giant swords. The entire region had been reduced to rubble, with countless deep pits and ravines in the ground. Dust flew into the air, obscuring the sun and plunging the world into chaos. The Patriarch Lu Wu, the Deputy Patriarch, and the two protectors felt dizzy and their hearts turned cold. In just one move, more than 2,800 Divine Lord Guards had been obliterated on the spot. The surviving 200-some guards were heavily injured, their flesh mangled, and they lay in the rubble on the verge of death. Once the dust settled, the world regained its calm. High in the sky, only Patriarch Lu Wu and 10-some God Kings were left, facing off against Ji Tianxing from 10,000 li away. As they stared at the bloody rain and the scene of devastation, their eyes turned red with rage and their bodies trembled. Aya! You devil, executioner, you will not be forgiven even if you die 10,000 times. Bastard! My race and the Golden Crow race are absolutely irreconcilable. Today, this god will not only grind your bones to dust, but he will also destroy the Golden Crow race and make you pay 100-fold. The Deputy Patriarch, the two protectors, and the several God Kings all roared at the top of their lungs, venting their anger. Only Patriarch Lu Wu remained silent, trying his best to suppress his anger, his face as cold as ice. He stared straight at Ji Tianxing, his eyes as sharp as swords, and said through gritted teeth, "You are not in the 9th degree realm, but a peak God King." Others could not see the truth, but as a peak God King, he could see that Ji Tianxing was definitely a peak God King. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such terrifying power and methods. And the Golden Crow Patriarch's sworn brother was definitely not a peak God King. Therefore, Patriarch Lu Wu finally realized that he had guessed wrongly Ji Tianxing's identity. Chapter 3890. You are not the brother of the Golden Crow Elder. For you. Clan leader Lu Wu gripped his divine saber with both hands. The veins on his forehead bulged as he exuded a murderous aura. Don't you think it's too late for you to realize? Ji Tianxing's lips curled into a cold smile as he mocked. I've said it from the start. I'm Long Yan's brother. Long Yan's brother? Clan leader Lu Wu frowned as he stared at Ji Tianxing. He quickly searched through his memories. But in the entire Crimson Dragon continent, only Long Yen is a peak divine king. I have never seen you before. Ji Tianxing's smirk deepened. Who told you that I am from the Crimson Dragon continent? Clan leader Lu Wu's expression froze. He suddenly realized something and his pupils constricted. I know now. You are Long Tian. You are the one who defeated the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor and took control of the Stellar Source continent. 1,000 years ago, you were the only disciple of the Heaven-Sealing Dragon Emperor. Long Yen had known about the change in the throne of the Stellar Source continent a year ago. Clan leader Lu Wu naturally received the news as well. He had already known Long Tian's identity since then. However, he did not expect Long Tian to come to the Crimson Dragon continent instead of taking control of the Stellar Source continent after taking over the Xuanji Grotto Heaven. It was because of this oversight that he made a mistake in his judgment. So it was Long Yen who knew he was no match for Long Yen and asked you for help. You're able to leave the matters of the Star Source continent behind and cross the ocean to help Long Yen. You two are truly brothers. Clan leader Lu Wu's expression was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. His cold tone was filled with bone-chilling hatred. The deputy clan leader's hands trembled in anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Long Tian, you treacherous and despicable beast. You are indeed a cunning and scheming person. You admitted your identity right from the start and made us guess the wrong answer. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and chuckled. I am so upright and honest. I don't care about disguising my identity. You asked and I answered. You were too suspicious and made wild guesses. What does it have to do with me? The deputy patriarch choked on his words. His anger was stuck in his chest, and his face turned purple. His whole body was trembling. Patriarch Lu Wu furrowed his brows and shouted in a cold voice, Little bastard, there's no need to waste any more words. I will kill you today. And take control of the Crimson Dragon continent. After I take control of the Crimson Dragon continent, I will go to the Stellar Source continent and take over your land. By then, I will be the first Dragon Emperor in the history of the Dragon Realms to take 2 continents. What the hell are you thinking? Ji Tianxing rolled his eyes at him in disdain. Patriarch Lu Wu roared furiously, brandishing his twin sabers as he charged at Ji Tianxing. Sky-splitting rainbow. The 2 purple-gold divine blades were infused with infinite divine power. They contained the divine power of almost 200 laws. They slashed out 2 shocking rainbows and attacked Ji Tianxing from the left and right. Once the rainbows appeared, the sky within 10,000 miles was cut open and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. Clan leader Lu Wu had locked onto Ji Tianxing's divine soul, making it impossible for him to dodge or escape. The space within 10,000 miles was also sealed, making it impossible for him to teleport away. Ji Tianxing was fearless in the face of such a shocking attack. He activated the invincible golden body and wielded the sword of burial of heaven with both hands. Space-time blade. Ji Tianxing activated all of his divine power and infused it into the sword of burial of heaven. He slashed out 2 blazing white giant swords in an instant. Kaboom! The 2 blazing white swords collided with the rainbows. An earth-shattering sound echoed between heaven and earth. Countless fragments of divine light burst out and turned into a terrifying hurricane that swept across the world. The dozen or so god kings were relatively close. The deputy clan leader, 2 protectors, and a few elders were relatively strong and could resist the hurricane. However, the 4 low-level god kings that followed Domain Lord Kong were instantly sent flying, their bodies covered in wounds. The all-out battle between 2 peak god kings was not something low-level god kings could get close to or resist. Only mid-level god kings were qualified to participate in the battle. Ji Tianxing and clan leader Lu Wu exchanged a blow. Neither of them had the upper hand, but the sky was shattered. Several spatial cracks appeared high in the sky, as well as numerous gaps in the void. Ji Tianxing knew that Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven was clan leader Lu Wu's home ground. If he continued to fight in Violet Cloud Grotto Heaven, clan leader Lu Wu could use many tricks, and his divine power would not be exhausted. Therefore, he decisively passed through the spatial cracks and fled into the dark and cold void. "Thief, don't you dare run." Seeing Ji Tianxing turn around and flee, the furious clan leader Lu Wu gave chase without hesitation. The deputy clan leader, 2 protectors, and a few elders also hurriedly passed through the spatial cracks and entered the void. They were all high-level god kings. Even if they entered the void to fight, they would not be in any danger. As for Domain Lord Kong Wen and the mid-level god kings, they were somewhat guilty and hesitant. With their strength, if they encountered a void storm or a black hole in the void, their lives would be in danger. Moreover, Longtime, the person they were attacking, was a bona fide peak god king. If they charged into the void rashly, they would most likely lose their lives. Out of instinct, they did not want to enter the void to fight. However, Patriarch Lu Wu, the protectors, and the elders had all taken the lead and chased into the void. How could they retreat? They only hesitated for a moment before making up their minds and entering the void. Although they put on an expression of righteous indignation and murderous intent, the mid-level god kings were all taciturn. However, the few middle-level divine kings all had a tacit understanding. They were only putting on an act on the surface and would not pursue him with all their might at all. In this way, not long after entering the void, the group began to pull away. Ji Tianxing, who was at the very front, had already penetrated more than 100,000 kilometers into the void. Clan leader Lu Wu followed closely behind, waving his twin sabers as he attacked. Ji Tianxing was never able to shake him off. 30,000 kilometers behind them were the deputy clan leader, the 2 protectors, and the elders. They were eager to kill the enemy, so they used all their strength to hurry on with their journey, pushing their speed to the limit. As for Domain Lord Kong Wen and the others, they were at the very back of the group, 70 to 80,000 kilometers away from the protectors and elders. They were all silently praying that clan leader Lu Wu would kill Longtime as quickly as possible so that they would not have to bear the risk. At the very least, even if clan leader Lu Wu could not kill Longtime, he could at least heavily injure him. This way, when they arrived, they would be able to beat a drowning dog without having to bear the risk. However, things did not go as they wished. Ji Tianxing and clan leader Lu Wu had pursued for 300,000 kilometers, but they were not at a disadvantage. In fact, they even had the initiative. He did not fly at full speed. It was as if he was intentionally slowing down so that the protectors and elders could catch up. When the 2 protectors and 4 elders arrived and joined the battle, he actually abandoned clan leader Lu Wu and charged at the elders with all his strength. Sword of Daytime. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. A cold light instantly blossomed in the void, instantly expanding by millions of times until it became a dazzling sun that engulfed 3 elders. A dragon elephant fist as large as a mountain, carrying the power to destroy everything, blasted towards another elder. Chapter 3891. Bam! There was a loud explosion, and visible ripples of divine power appeared in the void. The elder who was hit by the draconic elephant divine fist was blasted into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The other 3 elders who were hit by the daylight sword did not fare any better. 2 of them were killed by the sword radiance and turned into ashes. The other was heavily injured. His body was a bloody mess, and his divine body was almost destroyed. Fortunately, he had sacrificed 2 medial-grade king-level divine artifacts to resist the power of the daylight sword. When the dazzling sword radiance dissipated, he escaped with wounds all over his body. He flew back to Xianxia Grotto Heaven, covered in blood. Naturally, he could not continue fighting. He could only return to Xianxia Grotto Heaven to recuperate. Even if Patriarch Lu Wu and the Deputy Patriarch were displeased, they could not reprimand him. Just like that, Ji Tianxing easily dealt with the 4 elders. The 2 protectors took the opportunity to attack him, using their ultimate moves to attack him. However, the powerful divine light shadow and sword radiance did not cause any damage to him even though they had struck him. On the contrary, the divine arts that the 2 of them had cast collapsed and dissipated. Their attacks were ineffective, and they saw 3 of the 4 elders killed with only 1 escaping with serious injuries. They were shocked beyond words. Patriarch Lu Wu witnessed all of this with his own eyes, and he was filled with shock and rage. He believed that he was strong and did not fear anyone other than the Dragon Emperors. Now that he saw Ji Tianxing's terrifying strength, he finally believed that the rumors were true. He had indeed defeated the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor. The void fell into a temporary silence. Patriarch Lu Wu, the deputy patriarch, and the 2 protectors surrounded Ji Tianxing from 4 directions. Region Lord Kong Wen and the other mid-grade god kings were still 70,000 miles away, and they were still dawdling over. Seeing their elders killed, they became even more frightened and uneasy, and their speed decreased by more than half. If not for the fact that they were afraid of Patriarch Lu Wu's revenge, they would have turned around and left. They did not dare to fight Ji Tianxing at all. Patriarch Lu Wu and Ji Tianxing were in a stalemate for a while before turning back to look in the direction of Xixia Grotto Heaven. At this moment, the severely injured elder met with Region Lord Kong Wen and the others who were rushing over. Region Lord Kong Wen and the others actually surrounded the elder and inquired about his well-being. They even wanted to circulate their energy to treat his injuries. On the surface, they seemed to be very concerned about that elder. But Patriarch Lu Wu was well aware that these fellows were just trying to buy time and not participate in the battle. He was furious, but he couldn't flare up at this time. He could only send a voice transmission to everyone. "You don't have to come over. Take 3rd elder back to recuperate." This command with a dignified tone was simply even more pleasant than celestial music to the ears of these middle-level divine kings. As if they had been granted amnesty, they hurriedly bowed to Patriarch Lu Wu to express their obedience. Afterwards, the god kings happily escorted the 3rd elder back to Violet Cloud Grotto. As Patriarch Lu Wu, the vice-patriarch, and the 2 protectors watched them leave, their eyes gleaming with cold light. As the saying went, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Region Lord Kong Wen and the other mid-level god kings were all region lords and leaders of forces subordinate to the Lu Wu clan. In the past, they had been extremely loyal. But through this incident, Patriarch Lu Wu had seen their true nature. He already had a plan in mind. Once he dealt with Longtime and defeated the Divine Fire Grotto, he would settle accounts with those god kings. Of course, now was not the time to consider such matters. His top priority was still to deal with Longtime. "If I don't grind your bones to dust today, this god would be the Patriarch Lu Wu in vain." Patriarch Lu Wu gnashed his teeth and angrily roared. He waved his twin sabers and unleashed all sorts of divine abilities and supreme techniques on Ji Tianxing. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, saber lights filled the sky, carrying the divine power of more than 100 laws as they wove together into a net that enveloped Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing calmly swung his sword to block the attacks. Each strike was faster than the previous one, and a 5-colored sword light filled the sky. Bang, bang, kacha! The saber lights and sword lights clashed fiercely, causing muffled explosions in the sky. Billions of divine light fragments burst out, creating shockwaves after shockwaves of divine power. Patriarch Lu Wu was filled with hatred. He attacked several hundred times in a row, but he still couldn't do anything to Ji Tianxing. The deputy patriarch and the 2 protectors also took the opportunity to assist Patriarch Lu Wu in attacking Ji Tianxing. They also used all their strength, using all sorts of divine Dao laws and supreme techniques. However, Ji Tianxing easily dodged most of the attacks. He took the attacks that he couldn't dodge. Countless saber lights, divine arts, and sharp blades landed on his body, but they were all blocked by the golden light on the surface of his body. They couldn't hurt him at all. What was even more unbelievable was that not only was his defense strong, but his divine power was also extremely dense. The divine protective light lasted for 15 minutes, but it didn't weaken at all. His divine power was still abundant. The deputy patriarch and the 2 protectors felt powerless. They had suffered a severe setback and mental blow. On the Crimson Dragon continent, we are at the top of the rankings, and our names are known throughout the world. But we can't even break through his divine light protection after attacking him for more than 1,000 times? What kind of monster is this guy? Even if Long Yen came personally, he wouldn't be as strong as him, right? Patriarch Lu Wu felt the same way. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Ji Tianxing with his king-level superior-grade divine saber. So, he could only cast a spell and take out a silver whip that was 30 feet long. This whip was made of 9 types of divine metal and inlaid with 99 silver crystals. Those were the 99 stars that the creator of the whip in ancient times had refined with a great divine power. Meteor Divine Whip. Patriarch Lu Wu put away his sabers. He formed a spell with his left hand and swung the Meteor Divine Whip with his right hand toward Ji Tianxing. Along with a clear crack, layers of ripples appeared in the space where the Meteor Divine Whip passed. A powerful force that seemed to be able to tear the air apart swept toward Ji Tianxing. You've finally taken out your natal divine weapon? Ji Tianxing was already prepared for this. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile as he fearlessly went up to greet them. 7 Stars Sword. Sun-shattering sword. He swung the Burial of Heaven and slashed out sword radiance to block the Meteor Divine Whip's attack. His figure flickered in the air. Patriarch Lu Wu swung the whip and attacked 9 times in a row, but Ji Tianxing blocked all of them. At this moment, the Deputy Patriarch and the 2 enforcers charged over without regard for anything else, desperately restraining Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing's speed of dodging and defending slowed down. Patriarch Lu Wu finally found an opening and swung the whip at Ji Tianxing. But there was a flash of starlight and a crisp sound. Ji Tianxing was sent flying by the Meteor Divine Whip. Seeing this, the Deputy Patriarch and the 2 protectors couldn't help but cheer. He finally got hit. Patriarch's Meteor Divine Whip must have severely injured him. His meridians must have been shattered. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat Patriarch's Meteor Divine Whip. This is the power of a supreme-grade King Divine weapon. Chapter 3892. The Deputy Patriarch and the 2 guardians had witnessed the power of the Meteor Divine Whip many times. Other than Long Yen, there was no one who could withstand the power of the Meteor Divine Whip. Anyone who was hit by Patriarch Lu Wu's Meteor Divine Whip would either die or be crippled. Therefore, the Deputy Patriarch and the 2 guardians were blindly confident in the power of the Meteor Divine Whip. Even Patriarch Lu Wu was full of confidence. His divine sense locked onto Ji Tianxing, who was sent flying, and his heart was filled with anticipation. He really wanted to see to what extent the whip had injured the other party. Swoosh! 30,000 miles away, Ji Tianxing dissipated the powerful impact and stopped steadily in the void. The protective golden light surrounding his body was still intact. He was also not injured. Not only was there no external injuries, there were no internal injuries, and there was no obstruction in the operation of his divine power. The defensive power of the indestructible golden body is indeed strong. Fortunately, Xueshang was only a 9th-degree realm god king and not a peak god king. Otherwise, I would not have been able to defeat him and snatch the indestructible golden body. The same god artifact could unleash different powers in different hands. In Ji Tianxing's hands, just the indestructible golden body alone was enough to put him in an invincible position. However, Patriarch Lu Wu and the others kept staring at him. He naturally would not show that he was unharmed and immediately pretended that his divine power was in disorder and that he was suffering from internal injuries. At the same time, he put on a strong front and was unwilling to show that he was weak. At this moment, his acting skills were very delicate and subtle. That kind of complicated feeling of being injured but not wanting others to see through it was vividly displayed. 30,000 miles away, the Deputy Patriarch and the 2 guardian smiles came to an abrupt halt, and their excitement and anticipation quickly faded away. What's going on? Why isn't he injured? It shouldn't be. He was obviously hit by the Meteor Divine Whip. How can he be safe and sound? The 3 of them were in disbelief as they stared at Ji Tianxing with gloomy expressions. Patriarch Lu Wu sneered and said confidently, "Don't worry, he's already injured. He's just holding on." Obviously, his observation skills were sharper, and his eyes were sharper. He had already seen through Ji Tianxing's disguise. The deputy patriarch and the two protectors were shocked and excited. They quickly brandished their swords and rushed over. I knew that he would not be able to withstand the clan leader's meteor divine whip. Ha! Little brat, you're actually pretending to be fine. Let's see how he's going to handle this. Kill him while he's down. Seeing the three of them split up and charge at Ji Tianxing, Patriarch Lu Wu gripped the meteor divine whip and charged at Ji Tianxing. The first ones to rush in front of Ji Tianxing were naturally the deputy patriarch and the two protectors. The three of them thought that Ji Tianxing was injured and that the clan leader was following behind him with the divine whip in his hand. Therefore, they surrounded him without fear. At this moment, Patriarch Lu Wu was still tens of thousands of miles away from Ji Tianxing. He suddenly realized that Ji Tianxing's condition was a little strange. Something wasn't right. Could it be that he's not injured and is only pretending to be injured? This thought flashed through Patriarch Lu Wu's mind, and he was about to send a message to the deputy patriarch and the two protectors to be careful. However, he felt that this was not very likely. After all, the meteor divine whip was a supreme-grade king-level divine artifact. Even if Long Tian was a peak god king, he could not take a whip without being injured. While Patriarch Lu Wu was hesitating, Ji Tianxing had already begun to attack. Facing the attacks of the deputy patriarch and the two protectors, he seemed to be slow to react and showed no intention of dodging or blocking. It was only when the divine techniques were about to hit him that he suddenly swung the sword of burial of heaven and slashed out a giant golden sword. Sword of Annihilation. Ji Tianxing ignored the attacks of the three and used his invincible golden body to take them all as he slashed out with all his strength. He had drawn upon the power of the five elements world and supplemented it with the divine energy of more than 260 different laws to create this giant golden sword. It truly did possess the power to destroy the world. Kaboom! The giant sword fell from the sky and instantly struck the deputy patriarch. Dazzling golden light engulfed him. With a deafening shattering sound, the deputy patriarch, who was a 9th-level god king and protected by a high-grade king-level divine artifact, was still torn to shreds, his flesh and blood flying everywhere. In just one move, the deputy patriarch's divine body was obliterated, and his godhead was severely damaged and thrown into the air. Although the destruction of the high-grade king-level divine artifact had saved his life, his godhead had also begun to crack. However, cracks appeared on his godhead, and his consciousness became blurry. Soon he fainted. Even more frightening was that the giant sword had only lost half of its power after severely wounding the deputy patriarch. Under Ji Tianxing's control, the giant sword actually changed its direction and slashed at the left protector who was not far away. The left and right protectors saw with their own eyes that the deputy patriarch had been severely injured and his life was uncertain. They were already in a state of panic and fear. At this moment, seeing the giant sword slashing at him, the left protector felt the violent divine energy of the laws and the aura of annihilation. He turned around and fled without hesitation. Even though he looked pathetic as he fled, he could not care less about his dignity and dignity. He only wanted to live. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Damn it! Only the patriarch can deal with such a peak god king. Why should we interfere? Only a peak god king could deal with a peak god king. This was the common knowledge of the dragon realm. The left protector was very regretful. He should not have gotten involved in this mess. However, it was too late for regrets. The giant golden sword was right in front of him, and the surging divine energy of the laws was about to drown him. At this critical moment, the left protector could only activate his armor and divine sword with all his might to block the attack of the sword radiance. Kaboom! With a deafening sound, the purple divine armor that had expanded to 10,000 feet tall was torn into pieces by the giant sword. The divine sword that was 10,000 feet long in front of him was also cut in half by the giant golden sword. The left protector's 2 life divine weapons were also destroyed, but they still could not offset the power of the giant golden sword. Bam! the giant golden sword struck him with a loud bang, producing a muffled sound and splashing out a large amount of blood. The left protector, an 8th-level god king, was cut in half, and his divine body was destroyed. The two halves of his body were still flying in the air and smashing into the depths of the void. The left protector was still in shock. His godhead had already left his body as he fled toward Xianxia Grotto Heaven. The godhead that was glowing with golden light shot across the sky like a shooting star, traveling 10,000 miles in an instant. The left protector had never been so terrified in his life. As a result, he had surpassed his previous limit, and his escape speed had reached a new high. Ji Tianxing did not chase after him. He waved his sword and shattered the deputy patriarch's godhead. Kacha! A dozen shards of the godhead flew out, and with a wave of his hand, he put them into his bag. At this moment, Patriarch Lu Wu had rushed over to save him, but it was useless. Only Patriarch Lu Wu and the right protector were left, facing off against the seemingly invincible Ji Tianxing. Patriarch Lu Wu was so enraged that he almost lost his mind and went on a rampage. The right protector stared warily at Ji Tianxing, but his hands were trembling. He no longer had the courage to attack. Book Guest House. Chapter 3893. Patriarch Lu Wu stared at Ji Tianxing, suppressing his boundless rage and forcing himself to remain calm. Anger would only cause one to lose their rationality, and even their fighting strength would be reduced. Thus, he had to remain calm. Since he was in no hurry to attack Ji Tianxing, the right protector was even less foolish enough to take the initiative. He stood even farther away from Ji Tianxing than Patriarch Lu Wu, keeping his guard up. As long as Patriarch Lu Wu did not say the word, he would not attack. Ji Tianxing was also in no hurry to attack. He calmly looked at Patriarch Lu Wu and said, "The elders and deacons under your command have suffered grievous losses, and the Lu Wu clan has already suffered a major blow. If you insist on starting a war, the outcome is already decided." The god kings Ji Tianxing had killed were all in Violet Cloud Grotto and not on the front lines. However, the rear was too weak to provide reinforcements, and the front lines would not be able to last for long. Patriarch Lu Wu could not deny that if he really started a war, the Lu Wu clan would definitely lose. Moreover, more than half of their elders and deacons had been killed, so the Lu Wu clan would have to spend a very long time to recover. If the Golden Crow clan learned of this, how could they let go of this chance to reap the benefits? When the time came, the Golden Crow clan would most likely negotiate with the Divine Fire Grotto and work with them to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Thus, the Lu Wu clan's fate was far from as simple as defeat. Patriarch Lu Wu had expected this outcome and understood the consequences. But he would never admit defeat, and he would never swallow this resentment. If he could not kill Longtime, he would feel like a thorn in his back, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Longtime, this god must admit that you are right. Now that things have developed to this point, and my clan has lost so many elders and deacons, we truly have suffered a major blow. Once the war begins, my clan is likely to lose. But so what? The outcome of the war can only be determined after the battle. But today you must die. Patriarch Lu Wu's body glowed with golden light, blood-red flames of killing intent rising from his body, and the meteor divine whip in his hand blazed with flames of fury. It was clear that he was determined to kill Ji Tianxing even if he had to suffer heavy injuries. The right custodian hesitated for a moment before agreeing, "That's right, you must die." Ji Tianxing shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, "If you don't want to die, you'd better leave early. The decisive battle of peak divine kings isn't what you can participate in." The right protector couldn't help but nod in his heart. He agreed with Ji Tianxing. The heavens took pity on him. In fact, he didn't want to participate in this battle either. But in front of Patriarch Lu Wu, he could not express such thoughts. After all, fleeing at the last minute was a very shameful thing. This kind of thing could happen to those deacons, guards, and even elders, but it definitely couldn't happen to a protector like him. He was a renowned warrior on the Crimson Dragon continent. How could he run away from such humiliation? However, There was only him, the clan leader, and Long Tian in the void. As long as the patriarch did not pursue the matter, he did not care about dignity and honor. Long Tian, so what if you are a peak divine king? This god is truly no match for you, but this god is a protector of the Luwu clan and does not fear you. Even if I die here, this god will avenge my dead clansmen. The right protector glared angrily at Ji Tianxing and said righteously. Ha, is that so? Ji Tianxing shot him a glance, a mocking smile on his face. He had actually seen through the right custodian's true thoughts long ago. And Ji Tianxing was not the only one who had seen through him. Patriarch Lu Wu sighed in his heart. There was no anger, only disappointment. He turned his back to the right custodian and said calmly, "Right custodian, I am deeply gratified that you are willing to avenge your clansmen and are not afraid of sacrificing yourself. But the injured clansmen in Xianxia Grotto Heaven need you more. Go and comfort our clansmen and protect our home." Hearing this, the right protector's body trembled as a look of shame appeared on his face. He naturally knew that Patriarch Lu Wu had seen through his thoughts. But he also understood that there was no point in staying and that he could not harm Long Tian. Thus, after a few moments of silence, he bowed to Patriarch Lu Wu and solemnly said, "Many thanks, Patriarch. Patriarch, please take care. This subordinate will obey." After bowing, he suppressed his guilt and helplessness and flew back to Xianxia Grotto Heaven. 20 breaths later, when the right custodian was more than 100,000 li away, Patriarch Lu Wu said, "Now that only you and I are left, we can fight without fear." "As you wish." Ji Tianxing expressionlessly raised the burial of heaven and attacked. Heavenly Dragon Slash. In a flash, he teleported 10,000 li away, appeared in front of Patriarch Lu Wu, and slashed down with his sword. A sword of light tens of thousands of feet long, like a heavenly dragon, exploded with a divine might that could destroy all. Patriarch Lu Wu's pupils constricted, and his eyes flashed with shock and surprise. "You can teleport in the void too? How is this possible?" He was keenly aware that the void was different from the dragon realm. All gods could teleport through the dragon realm, the only difference being the distance. But in the void, no one could teleport, not even with the power of a divine artifact. This was because there was no spatial energy in the void that could be used. But now Long Tian had done it. Patriarch Lu Wu could not understand or believe this. It was the shock in his heart that caused his counterattack to be slightly slower. By the time he swung the fallen star divine whip in a counterattack, the golden dragon sword aura had already slashed down. Boom! Crack! With a deafening boom, Patriarch Lu Wu was sent flying, his armor and protective divine light shattering. Several wounds had been left on his body. This was the first time he had been injured in his battle with Ji Tianxing. Although his injuries were not serious, they were only caused by Patriarch Lu Wu's distraction. However, his expression was still solemn, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Just as expected, the result of the battle between the two of them confirmed Patriarch Lu Wu's premonition. Ever since he had been injured, he had been at a disadvantage. Ji Tianxing had completely suppressed him and forced him to retreat again and again. Patriarch Lu Wu did not know whether it was because he had been weakened by his injuries or because his opponent was finally going all out. In short, he felt extremely great pressure, and he charged left and right amidst the sword lights and divine energy of the laws that covered the heavens and the earth, yet he was unable to break free. Even when he pushed the meteor god whip to its limit, Ji Tianxing's invincible golden body was able to block it. The power of a king-level high-quality divine artifact was no longer decisive, and Patriarch Lu Wu was getting more and more passive. 2 hours later, the two of them had exchanged more than 8,000 blows. At this point, Patriarch Lu Wu was covered in wounds and weak. Ji Tianxing was still brimming with divine energy and unharmed. Moreover, in order to end the battle as quickly as possible, he had taken out a second king-level divine artifact, the Primal Chaos Bell. Chapter 3894. With just the invincible golden body, Ji Tianxing was able to firmly suppress Patriarch Lu Wu. The moment he took out the primal chaos bell, victory was immediately decided. There was no question that Patriarch Lu Wu had been defeated and heavily wounded, leaving him with only 40% of his strength. Buzz. Buzz. The primal chaos bell floated in the air, unleashing a boundless pressure that viciously suppressed Patriarch Lu Wu. His clothes were ragged, and his armor was shattered. He was covered in blood as he stood in the void. His body was bent, and he looked extremely miserable. There was a washbasin-sized wound on his chest, through which one could clearly see his organs. Besides his heart, all his other organs had been pulverized and gushed out of his body. With such heavy wounds, his divine body was only a step away from collapse. These were visible wounds, but what was not visible was the crack in his godhead. Ji Tianxing had already put away the sword of burial of heaven and was standing in the air, completely unharmed, as he looked down at the heavily wounded Patriarch Lu Wu. "You've already lost." Ji Tianxing's voice was very calm, devoid of any joy or excitement from defeating Patriarch Lu Wu. His expression and tone made it seem like defeating Patriarch Lu Wu was a matter of course, as simple as eating or drinking. "You actually have two supreme quality divine artifacts?" Patriarch Lu Wu did his best to endure his wounds as he silently swallowed a divine pill to heal his divine body. Although his godhead was also wounded, there was currently no way to heal it. As a peak god king, being able to obtain a supreme quality divine artifact is already the greatest fortune of all. For you to have two of them, you are the luckiest person in the world. Thus, this god's defeat at your hands is nothing to be ashamed of. Although Patriarch Lu Wu had lost and his wounds were miserable, he did not submit. In any case, Longtime had come to kill him. He was no match for Longtime, so whether he begged for mercy or not, he would not be able to escape death. Since that was the case, he might as well be a little more unyielding. At the very least, he could die with more dignity. Ji Tianxing slowly strode toward Patriarch Lu Wu, at the same time activating the primal chaos bell to strengthen its suppression. Immediately, the stooped Patriarch Lu Wu's body began to crack, and he curled up like a shrimp. He struggled with all his might, constantly letting out painful groans. Ji Tianxing stopped 100 steps away from him and said expressionlessly, "You've lost. Your life is now in my hands." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill me." Patriarch Lu Wu struggled to raise his head and glared savagely. "Don't tell me you want to humiliate me before you kill me? Do you want me to beg for mercy? But don't even think about it." Ji Tianxing's expression remained unchanged. "If this prince wanted to kill you, you would already be dead by now. Do I still need to talk nonsense with you? What this king wants to tell you is that your life is in this king's hands, but it also depends on your choice." "What do you mean?" Patriarch Lu Wu asked with a frown. "Didn't you come to assassinate me? Are you going to show mercy and not kill me? Stop acting. This king won't fall for your tricks." Patriarch Lu Wu was very wary. He didn't believe that Ji Tianxing would let him go. Ji Tianxing didn't press the issue. He calmly said, "Fine. Since you've given up on the chance to live, this king will send you on your way." As he spoke, he activated the primordial bell of primal chaos, causing it to erupt with an even greater suppressive force. At the same time, he took out the sword of burial of heaven and prepared to kill Patriarch Lu Wu. Patriarch Lu Wu became somewhat worried when he saw that Qin Fan was about to attack. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Why aren't you acting tough anymore? You still don't want to die?" Ji Tianxing raised an eyebrow. Patriarch Lu Wu ignored Qin Fan's mockery and asked, "Are you really willing to let me live?" Ji Tianxing asked in a low voice, "Then why do you think this king came to Purple Cloud Grotto? To kill you or to stop this war?" "Of course it's to stop this war." Patriarch Lu Wu subconsciously replied, "This king has no enmity with you. There's no need for you to kill me. At least you haven't lost your mind." Patriarch Lu Wu finally understood Ji Tianxing's meaning. "Then you mean that as long as you can stop this war, you won't kill this king?" Ji Tianxing nodded. "Really?" Patriarch Lu Wu saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes, but he didn't dare to believe it. Ji Tianxing nodded once more. Patriarch Lu Wu frowned and thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Fine, then this king will believe you this once. This king can send the order right now and have the soldiers on the front lines retreat. My clan will give up on this war. This king swears on the name and honor of the Lu Wu clan." No. This is far from enough. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said in a disdainful voice, "Patriarch Lu Wu, you're oversimplifying things. What this king wants is not only to stop this war, but also to stop countless wars in the future." "What do you mean?" Patriarch Lu Wu immediately became vigilant, his expression and eyes turning gloomy. Ji Tianxing sneered, "If you want to live, you must withdraw all your soldiers and stop this war. Moreover, you must promise that you will never fight for the throne of the Crimson Dragon Emperor and never start a war like this. Your promise on the name and honor of the Lu Wu clan is too little in this king's eyes. You must swear an oath to the heavens, an oath to the heavenly Tao. Never fight for the throne of the Crimson Dragon Emperor and never start a war?" Patriarch Lu Wu's eyes widened in anger as he roared, "Impossible! You're delusional." Ji Tianxing didn't get angry. Instead, he weighed the sword of burial of heaven in his hand and sneered, "Since you're so stubborn, then just die. In order to eliminate all future troubles, this king will kill all the god kings of the Lu Wu clan after killing you." After saying this, he raised the sword of burial of heaven again and circulated his energy to release a dazzling sword radiance. You're despicable and shameless." Patriarch Lu Wu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The dazzling sword radiance of the sword of burial of heaven was about to descend from the heavens. Patriarch Lu Wu hesitated for a moment before finally coming to a decision. "Stop. This king agrees." After shouting these words, Patriarch Lu Wu seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His footsteps became unsteady, and his figure became bleak. He took several deep breaths to suppress his grief and humiliation, then he said in a low voice, "This king swears to the heavens that he will never fight for the throne of the Crimson Dragon Emperor." Before Patriarch Lu Wu could finish his oath, Ji Tianxing interrupted him. "Recite it." Ji Tianxing casually took out a jade slip and tossed it to Patriarch Lu Wu. Patriarch Lu Wu didn't know what was going on, but when he took the jade slip, he was instantly dumbfounded. This is a model for the oath to the heavenly Tao? You prepared this long ago?" There were over 1,000 words in the jade slip, and it was a very formal and strict oath to the heavenly Tao that Ji Tianxing had drawn up for Patriarch Lu Wu. Book Guest House. Chapter 3895. "Of course. This prince has come prepared." Ji Tianxing replied with an indifferent expression. Patriarch Lu Wu fell silent, his heart filled with grief and indignation. Before Long Tian entered Violet Cloud Grotto, he had already expected this result and had prepared everything. Just how confident was he? Just how much did he look down on the Lu Wu race? Patriarch Lu Wu gripped the jade slip and stared at the nearly 1,000 characters of the Heavenly Tao Oath, feeling incredibly humiliated. But he was too weak and his life was in Long Tian's hands. He had no right to choose. No matter how humiliated he felt, he could only hold the jade slip with both hands and recite the Heavenly Tao Oath. When Patriarch Lu Wu was halfway through reciting the oath, wisps of divine light began to appear above his head and around his body, faintly flowing with Heavenly Tao energy. 100 breaths later, when he finished reciting the Heavenly Tao Oath, a dull rumble came from the depths of the void, like rolling thunder. His body was also shrouded in the divine light of laws, and a wisp of obscure Daoist aura began to dance above his head like a dragon. Enveloped by this Daoist aura, Patriarch Lu Wu finally understood just how terrifying the power of the Heavenly Tao was. His body stiffened, and he didn't dare to move as he stared in shock at this scene. This is a true Heavenly Tao Oath? As expected, it has activated the power of the Heavenly Tao and created a resonance with it. In that case, if I break this oath, will I really be punished by the Heavenly Tao? In the past, Patriarch Lu Wu did not have much respect for swearing to the heavens. He had always felt that the punishment of the heavenly Tao was illusory and did not take it to heart. But this scene made him understand that the restrictions of the heavenly Tao oath truly existed. When he thought about the contents of the oath and how cruel the punishment for breaking it was, he felt a chill run down his spine. Damned bastard, he's too vicious. Patriarch Lu Wu glared at Ji Tianxing and inwardly cursed. A few moments later, the Daoist aura and divine light vanished, and the void returned to normal. Patriarch Lu Wu silently glared at Ji Tianxing and sternly said, "This god has already sworn the heavenly Tao oath. You must also abide by the agreement." From now on, as long as he was alive, the Luwu clan would not be able to seize the throne of Red Dragon Emperor, much less deal with the divine fire paradise. Otherwise, he would suffer the wrath of the heavens. He would receive the cruelest punishment and turn into ashes. Not only would he die, but the fortune of the Luwu clan would also be damaged. The suppression of the heavenly Tao would cause their bloodline to wither away. Just like the other sinners. There was no question that Ji Tianxing's vicious move was even more effective than killing Patriarch Lu Wu. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and shot out a golden light, retrieving the jade slip back into his hand. He said, "Of course, I'm not a person who goes back on his words. Naturally, I won't kill you. However, I hope you understand that this prince did not kill you not because this prince is merciful. It was Long Yen who pleaded on your behalf. It was he who asked this prince to spare your life." Patriarch Lu Wu was stunned, his eyes brimming with confusion. Long Yen is pleading for leniency on my behalf? How is this possible? I wanted to seize his throne and kill him. Why would he plead for leniency on my behalf? Patriarch Lu Wu instinctively did not believe Ji Tianxing's words at all. However, the truth was right in front of him. This person clearly had the ability to kill him, but had spared his life and only forced him to swear an oath. Patriarch Lu Wu was still skeptical, his expression and emotions very complicated. Ji Tianxing asked again, "Have you seen a young man from the human race? His name is Wuan. 10 years ago?" Patriarch Lu Wu shook his head. "Since when did humans come from the Red Dragon continent? This prince has not left this continent for more than 300 years. The sliver of hope in Ji Tianxing's eyes was extinguished. Without another word, he turned and flew away. Patriarch Lu Wu stood in place, watching his departing figure. After a long while, Ji Tianxing's figure disappeared into the void. Only then did Patriarch Lu Wu drag his heavily injured body back to Violet Cloud Paradise. 2 hours later, Patriarch Lu Wu returned to Violet Cloud Paradise. The Right Protector and several deacons were recuperating in Violet Cloud Divine Palace. The Purple Cloud Divine Palace, which had been peaceful and auspicious before, was now a scene of devastation. Broken ruins and deep pits were everywhere. A heavy and sorrowful aura pervaded the air, and everyone's hearts were heavy. Seeing that Patriarch Lu Wu had returned alive, everyone was excited and hurriedly gathered around him. "Wonderful! Patriarch is back! Lord Patriarch, have you already killed Long Tian? Patriarch has returned in triumph. Long Tian must have been executed, right?" Previously, they were still grieving over the deaths of so many elders, deacons, and guards. Now that Patriarch Lu Wu had returned, everyone was excited and overjoyed. But when Patriarch Lu Wu saw the hopeful eyes of the crowd, he shook his head with a gloomy expression. Seeing his reaction, the Right Protector, the deacons, and the captain of the guards were all stunned. The excitement on their faces and the hope in their eyes dimmed and dissipated. They had a bad premonition. However, no one was foolish enough to ask, "Patriarch, did you lose? Or was it that you couldn't do anything to Long Tian and let him escape?" Everyone silently stared at Patriarch Lu Wu, waiting for his answer. Patriarch Lu Wu sighed, threw down a few words, and then turned and left. "Pass on my order to the front line. All soldiers are to withdraw." These words left the Right Protector, the deacons, and the captain of the guards frozen to the spot as if they had been petrified. They stared in a daze at Patriarch Lu Wu's bleak back, unable to recover from their daze for a long time. After a long while, Patriarch Lu Wu entered the depths of the divine palace and secluded himself to recover. The captain of the guards and deacons scratched their heads as they gathered around the right protector and asked for the reason. Lord Protector, what does the Patriarch mean by this? We've prepared for so many years and finally managed to gather so many soldiers for a full-scale attack. Why do we have to withdraw? The fact that the Patriarch was able to return alive means that he wasn't defeated. At most, he managed to fight to a draw with Longtime. Why do we have to withdraw? Lord Protector, what happened to you in the void? The captain of the guards and deacons had too low a status. Only the right protector could make decisions here. The right protector was perplexed by their questions, and he gloomily said, "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? When I left the void, the Patriarch and Longtime had yet to formally fight." The captain of the guards and deacons all fell silent. Even though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept the fact that the Patriarch had lost to Longtime. Otherwise, the Patriarch would not have ordered the army to withdraw. A deacon hesitated for a moment before asking, "Right Protector, what should we do? Should we send a message to the soldiers on the front line?" "Nonsense!" The right protector angrily barked. "No matter what the reason is, since the Patriarch has given the order, we must carry it out." The deacons and captain of the guards shrunk back, clasped their hands, bowed, and hurried off to carry out their mission. The right protector quickly returned to his residence and went to his study to draft the Patriarch's decree for the elders on the front line. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.